Good morning. Good morning. Well, for Aussies, good morning. And somebody is watching, and I am expecting some people to join me at some point. But I did want to kind of kick the feed off because I wanted to start talking about some of the draft picks last from yesterday. From yesterday. And some people will be joining me, and excuse me, I'm just texting people. Okay, but how about we start talking about some draft picks while this is a me party, just me. Hey, how are you, Matt? So feel free to post some comments up and give me your 2 cents. But what I might do is put up so now NFL.com actually had some really cool graphics that they used, so I pinched them for this. So, how about we talk Joe Burrow? Let me just rebalance this a little bit like this. Hey, Neil. Uh, Neil did the hard yards yesterday. Was here for the whole 9 yards. Man, that was like a 4.5 hour marathon effort. And man, they took so long to get off. And speaking of the first pick, they took so long to actually get off the blocks. It was kind of crazy. Um, so yeah, cheers, Neil. That was awesome effort, dude. So thank you so much. Um, Isaiah Simmons. Well, we'll talk about him in a minute. So I will put the slide up very very soon. Hey Pete, how you doing, mate? Good to have you tuning in. Joe Burrow, obviously the pick that surprised absolutely no one in the NFL. And I think the Bengals, listen, he steps into a fantastic situation. They got a great receiving core there. They've got Joe Mixon in the backfield, Gio Bernard, I suppose. They've got Tyler Boyd. They've got AJ Green, um, Auden Tate. I mean, and Tyler Eifert, I guess. But a fantastic receiving core. He steps into a great situation. I mean, the defense is a little dubious, but I think, man, he could he could have an impact right away. What do people think of the Joe Burrow landing spot? I said, obviously not a surprise to anyone at all. And it always is amazing how when you do see teams with that first pick get on the clock, that they just bleed the clock all the way through. And I guess it's just a case of they're just waiting for someone just to make a ridiculous offer. Perhaps maybe they're sitting on the phone, but more often than not, they've been entertaining offers for, some weeks, if not, a couple of months. And once it gets down to business, it's business time. Right? They should just pull the pin on it. But usually they just use up all the 10 minutes and make us wait. But yeah, no surprise to anybody. And Joe Burrow, a very very nice pick by the Bengals. No surprise. In fact, the first two picks, there's no surprise with either of the first two picks. Let me flick over to Chase Young. Man, this guy is an absolute monster. And if you haven't checked out any footage of Chase Young, uh, Pete, I think it is a bit early to anoint him a top 12 quarterback. Mind you, if you do have a look at the quarterback rankings, you go through the top 12. I reckon start getting outside the top 12, and it does get a little bit um, more movable, I would say. Like, certainly there are guys that are locked in the top 10, but you get outside the top 12, and there's a bit of room for movement. So anyway, we will see. Yeah, it is too early for that. Chase Young. So look, I'm an IDP fantasy guy. I do like my defensive players. Sometimes with these edge guys, you see them land in situations that aren't perfect, and it really sort of saps their IDP value. This is a pick that's going to be, this will be the first IDP pick off the board, Chase Young. And so this is a fantastic, obviously a fantastic NFL move as well as an IDP move. He is going to be an absolute beast. Um, Obviously, an area of need for the Skins. And, in this case, he is just going to be, look, check out his highlight footage. If you haven't had a look at Chase Young, have a look at him. He's a guy who can win in many, many ways. And that is the amazing thing. Because I think some guys on the edge can be a little one dimensional sometimes, like they just, swim moves, trying to get around, trying to bend the edge. Chase Young can go inside, he can go outside. Sometimes he lined up at different spots along the D line, even going up the A gap. It was just amazing to see. And I think that he is an absolute difference maker. He just cuts time. The available time that quarterbacks have is cut short by having a guy like Chase Young um, in your defense, in your defensive line. So it comes into a fantastic situation and will be, for mine, the number one IDP pick. That's no surprise, really. Okay, so let's go to Tua Tagovailoa. Tagovailoa. We'll get used to how to pronounce his name. Oh man, I wanted him to the Chargers. It didn't happen. So Tua at pick 5, it's what we all expected, I guess, for a while. I mean, there's been calls in Miami, tank for Tua for the last 12 months, and they didn't quite kind of uh, do do that justice, did they? They were picking from 5, so there was some risk, but I think they got the guy that they wanted in the end, and I like the pick. Well, look, I would have loved to see him in the powder. I've got the powder blue on in in honor of the new. I was about to say San Diego new LA Charger uniforms. I've got the powder blue on. So Tua, yeah, Tua to the Fins. It's a fantastic pick. Um, he does come into a team that is lacking in a little bit of talent. Preston Williams, I'm a big fan of. G's obviously a big fan of in that offense. Look, we might see the Finns go running back. We might. Well, sort of don't have a lot under center at the moment. They might see them go running back early in day 2. And Devontae Parker certainly seemed to get his head out of his backside, and the light went on. So that's looking good. Mike Gesicki, it's looking like he might be something. Tight ends do typically take a long time to kind of turn the corner. And look, he's looking good. He had a good sort of second half of the year last year. So I guess a question is how quickly will Tua see the field? You do have Ryan Fitzpatrick, who's good for usually 3 games before the wheels fall off. But Tua could be, maybe he's going to be on the sideline for half a season. Well, we'll see what happens. But I love the pick. It's a fantastic pick. Tua's a very, very talented guy. The only question is durability. So we will have to see. My guy, Justin Herbert. Look, I must confess to not being over the moon about this pick. I feel a bit meh about it. I talked to a few Charger fans over the course of later half of yesterday and also sort of this morning, and everyone's feeling a little bit the same. I felt like Tua would have been a great pick given you're going into the new stadium. The Chargers are way down the rungs in terms of sporting teams in LA. You kind of need to make a bit of a splash. The Rams have definitely got the upper hand in that regard. I don't know if Justin Herbert does that for you. I don't know. Mind you, I love what they did later in the round. Look, I could be completely wrong and Herbert could be the guy. It's very hard to judge a draft, a day post, right? It's very hard to judge that. You really need a few years, especially in regards to quarterbacks. I mean, who knows? I'm hoping that he can be a really great addition to the Bolts. Let's hope. Um, look, we just have to see. He comes into a fantastic situation. I mean, in terms of Superflex, he does come into a great situation. I mean, you've got Keenan Allen. You've got, if we're talking about quarterback friends, okay, Keenan Allen and Hunter Henry are probably 1 and 2. Austin Eckler. Mike Williams is going to benefit from not having Phillip Rivers' sort of spaghetti arm under center anymore. I thought that the Chargers, when they were trading up in the first, that they were going to go running back because that still is an area of need. And now we don't have a second or third round pick. So, but there's quite a lot of running backs in this draft. So, if they pick a running back in round 4, it's probably going to be a decent dude. So we'll just have to see what happens. But yeah, Justin Herbert, not a lot of surprise. There's quite a lot of talk about Herbert. There's talk about Herbert to the Dolphins. There's talk about other teams potentially coming up to get Herbert, but it wasn't really a big surprise. I mean, I just had my fingers crossed for Tua, so there's that. Now, I've mixed IDP guys in here, so if you're not kind of very IDP centric, and I've kind of missed I've just included the skill positions and the IDP. I haven't included any tackles. Obviously, there's a lot of offensive line picks day one. Unsurprisingly, there's a good offensive line class, actually, and a defensive back class, cornerback in particular, I should say. Well, safety, I think, is actually a bit shallow, but cornerback is pretty deep, and we saw quite a lot of those picks go down as well. But Derek Brown to the Panthers, they had a need there for sure. Derek Brown, by many, was rated as the best defensive tackle in the draft, although that's a little bit debatable. And I think the landing spot for Kinlaw is better. But Derek Brown, look, I think he's a bulldozer. He's going to be a good player in the league. And if you're in IDP leagues, I guess more specifically, if you're in leagues where you have to start defensive tackles, then Derek Brown's going to be a high pick. There's no doubt. But I do have the other defensive tackle above him. So let's go to him. But first, Isaiah Simmons. Now, again, just like Chase Young, if you haven't watched any film of Isaiah Simmons, I would encourage you to do so. The first thing you'll notice if you do watch any film on Simmons is the fact that he is all over the field, like literally. Obviously you'll see him at linebacker, right? And he is designated linebacker. And you would have heard some talk pre-draft about the hesitance of teams because they kind of feel like he's more a safety. But that's just the versatility of the guy. You will see him all over the field. You'll see him at Mike. You'll see him at Will. You'll see him at edge. He'll rush the passer. He'll play slot corner. He'll be all over the place. And this landing spot is perfect. Matt. He is an absolute. Cheers, Raven. How are you going? He is an absolute monster. And Matt, who posted before about Simmons, this is a fantastic landing spot because, I mean, I've got visions of Tyrann Mathieu and Budda Baker. Like, they're going to use this guy. This was the big fear for me with Simmons. I thought, well, Simmons could be used by 32 teams, basically. But the question was he going to be picked up by a team that was going to like truly use his talents? If effectively, and a team that's going to use his talents is one that's going to be really flexible about where they are going to use him and how they're going to use him. And I have confidence that the Cards will do that. So I think that that's a fantastic NFL pick. For fantasy, I'm not 100% sure. I think it is a really good pick still for fantasy, but I do tend to be a bit of a traditionalist a little bit. I mean, I kind of like box safeties. Like I like safeties that are going to be playing up a little bit, but a linebacker that might be playing over the field a little bit, I'm a little unsure about. But certainly from an NFL perspective, a fantastic pick, and he's going to be absolutely awesome. let me go to Henry Ruggs. So Raiders got on the board. There were not any wide receivers taken. Uh, while we were broadcasting, we were talking. Obviously, Neil was online, Raiders fan. We were talking and thinking, is it going to be CD Lamb? CD Lamb didn't seem to be a good fit because, in my mind, Hunter Renfro's kind of got that slot role locked up. Didn't feel like a good fit. Jerry Judy felt like a really good fit, but they went with the speed. They went with the speed. Look, they had their choice. So the one argument you can make, um, because look, GMs are they're always going to come to the podium post day one, day two, day three, and say, "Hey, we got our guy. This guy was at the top of our draft board." They're not going to tell you. They're not going to say, "Oh, we got we got sniped just before our pick came." You know, the Chargers will always say that Herbert was their choice. I don't know if they had Tua higher and they were hoping Tua would fall. At least with the Raiders, Ruggs was their guy. Ruggs was absolutely their guy. They had their choice of the field and they went for the speed. Look, I think that this is going to be really interesting. I think this it's a good pick. It's a good pick. Um, but yes, that's a fair point, Raven, as well. Uh, he's not my favorite, and I would have much preferred Jerry Judy there. I don't know what Raider fans feel across the board. Probably a little bit mixed feelings, but anyway, we will see. Javon Kinlaw. So the Niners were, look, it was always going to be an area of need. They traded DeForest Buckner, the best defensive tackle in the entire league. Uh, that was controversial. They had Armstead and Buckner both looking at big paydays. They decided to go with Armstead and they traded Buckner, Colts, which was controversial. But look, I'm not saying Kinlaw is Buckner, but he could be pretty damn close. He's fantastic, and I think he has a better landing spot than Derek Brown. I think in defensive tackle required fantasy leagues, I think Kinlaw is the number one DT easily. And if you're talking about D line picks, it might. Well, at the moment, we don't know where some other um, D, DNs are going to land. We'll have to see because we've only had Chase Young. Apart from outside linebackers, we've only really had Chase Young drop. So, but at the moment, it's Chase Young and Kinlaw for me. All right. Jerry Judy. What a landing spot this is. Broncos fans would have to be pretty happy. Again, it was a bit of a question of, the Broncos had their choice. They could have gone CD Lamb. They decided not to. I think Jerry Judy really works in this offense. I mean, you've got obviously Courtland Sutton, Jerry Judy, and you've got Noah Fant, and I think the three of them are really going to complement each other. I think that's a perfect combination. And obviously they added Melvin Gordon in the offseason, Melvin Gordon and Philip Lindsay in that backfield. So it looks pretty good. I mean, all the weapons are there for Drew Lock. We just have to see. Look, Drew Lock looked good second half of the year. So we just have to see, can he bring it home now? He's got no excuses. That's for sure. Jerry Judy, fantastic pick, and Bronco fans have to be very, very happy with that pick. CD Lamb, man. Jerry Jones. Oh, look, obviously it was virtual. And look, what was he? Was he sitting in a yacht? It looked like it was. I don't know what that was. I mean, maybe it looked almost like he was on Air Force One, or potentially a yacht. It was probably my money bet, but who knows? And if there was a physical podium, I could imagine Jerry Jones running to that if he can run. Yeah, they did. I agree. They hit the lottery. I don't know who they were targeting, at that pick, and that was pick 17, I think, of who they were targeting at that pick. But with CD Lamb available, they just said, screw this. We're going with CD Lamb because look, they are now their offense. And look, Jerry, you've got to take care of Dak because if you now have Amari Cooper, um, obviously, I've gone blank. Um, number two, what's his name? I forget now. Someone will tell me. And you add CeeDee Lamb and you've got Zeke uh, in the backfield. Blake Jarwin looks pretty good, serviceable. And then, you know, nearly had it. Who is it? I guess I could just Google it. But that offense is absolutely primed. So, I think what they really must do now is, thanks, Neil. Michael Gallup was who I was thinking of. I mean, that offense is absolutely stacked. So, I mean, the Cowboys did the best player available. It made sense. Yeah, and you're right. Matt Waldman's number one receiver, and G actually, who will be on later on, but G's number one wide receiver as well. Um, massive fan of CD Lamb. All right, let's keep moving on. K'Lavon Chaisson to the Jags. They didn't for a lot of the players. They didn't do nice, pretty graphics for them, so I had to settle for the sort of standard ones. So I got one eye on the broadcast up here as well, which they haven't started yet. So Chaisson, look, linebacker was definitely a need for the Jags. Excuse me. And Chaisson is more of an edge guy, which does kind of talk a little bit to what they're doing with Ngoake. There's some talk that he was on the trade block and that he might be moved, and it could still happen. I mean, there's a number of players supposedly on the trade block. Yannick Ngoake is one. OJ Howard potentially. I mean, we might see these players come into play today, tomorrow, who knows? But Ngoake certainly seems to want out of Jacksonville. Chaisson, although not strictly, truly replacing him, is sort of in part replacing him. But we might see the Jags go true edge today. Excuse me. There's a couple of really nice players that are on the board. Ebenezer still available. Gross Matter who's my number two. So those guys are available and would be great. So we'll see what happens. Jalen Reagor, a little bit of a polarizing player. To the Eagles. But what happens is because he goes to the Eagles, his fantasy stock goes through the absolute roof because he pretty much takes on the mantle of, well, should I call him number one wide receiver? I mean, Alshon Jeffrey is pretty much on the way out, certainly has his foot out the door. So Jalen Reagor comes into a great situation. Carson Wentz has got a new toy to add to that offense that already includes weapons, like Zach Ertz and Dallas Goedert, who we will see more and more of because obviously wide receiver is a big need for the Eagles. They've got lots of gaps in their offense. So it'll be interesting to see what they do day two as well. But Jalen Reagor, very polarizing player. G certainly doesn't like his hands. If we get G on soonish, we can ask him for his assessment. Justin Jefferson, I like this pick. Obviously a need with the departure of Stephon Diggs from Minnesota. Justin Jefferson comes into a good situation. You've got Adam Thielen on one side. Thielen obviously likes to play quite a bit out of the slot. I mean, it's the only argument that some people are making is that might clash a little bit with what Justin Jefferson offers. Oh, well, we will just have to see how that plays out. But yeah, I like the pick and I like the talent for sure. Kenneth Murray. So the Chargers traded up. They gave their second and third round picks to the Patriots to move up. So I mean, that sounds expensive, but when you think their second, what you're basically doing is moving up from the 6th pick in the second round to pick 23 in the first. And in order to do that, you pay a third. That's basically. And Kenneth Murray is one of my favorite linebackers in this entire class. He was my number 2 linebacker behind Simmons, obviously behind Simmons. But he was my number 2 linebacker, and actually, in ways, my number 1 pure linebacker. Because if you just call Simmons a Swiss Army knife, if that's what Simmons is, like a very versatile kind of do-it-all player, then Kenneth Murray, I think, is the best pure inside linebacker in this draft. He is a guy who goes sideline to sideline. He has speed, and his tackling is, this is one of the things which, and I know that it sounds kind of weird, but when I watch defensive players, what I'm looking at is their tackling. Because you do see a lot of guys who just whiff on tackles and just beast. Yeah. Raven, are you talking about Kenneth Murray? I hope you are. Yeah, and Neil makes a point. And I really wanted Murray for the Chargers. And I was originally thinking that he could be the pick in the second round. I don't think he would have lasted to there. So initially, when I saw the Murray drop, I was a little disappointed because my initial reaction was, oh, I feel like it was a little bit early. But look, you had the Seahawks going linebacker 2 picks later. You had the Ravens go linebacker later on in the first. He wouldn't have been there. There's no way he would have been there. So realistically, that was a bit silly for me to think that he would have been there in the second. So I like the move. In retrospect, thinking about it, I really like the move. And this was one of my favorite players. So I'm really, really happy for the Chargers, for Tom Telesco to have traded up and gotten Murray. And I'm seriously considering, with the new Charger uniforms, if I'm going to get one, I might make it a Kenneth Murray. Because I love the kid. He's fantastic. Brandon Ayuk. Ooh, I was a little bit surprised by this. And I wonder what Niner fans feel. And I don't think the Niners have had... look, of late, they've been really successful in terms of, like, say, Deebo Samuel. But the Niners haven't been that good at picking wide receivers. I mean, Dante Pettis is... borderline bust. I don't know. Look, Devontae Parker took what, 5 years to get his head on straight. So, the door hasn't closed on Pettis, but he's not looking good. And, they've had plenty of whiffs in the past. So Brandon Ayuk, he's a speedster. He complements what they have. There's no doubt there. Adds to the offense for, comes into a great situation. So certainly a guy who's going to go rocketing up fantasy draft boards for sure. We will see what the reaction is, but be interesting to see what Niners fans... Well, look, Niners fans were busy. They had a lot to watch on day one. So anyway, Brandon Ayuk gets added. Jordan Love. Whoo! This is one of the most controversial picks of the entire first day. And G's online. I'm going to add him in. G, how you doing?
Am I on?
Hello. Yes, you are. You are on.
Anyone here will see you. I don't know. How do I know? Can you hear me? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay, I can't hear you though.
You can't hear me. Okay.
These things turned on.
All right. Hey, G, I'm just going to take you out of the feed for a minute. You just see if you can fix it up for a sec. Oh, you can't hear me, so that doesn't help, does it? Okay. Well, listen, Jordan Love. So I was going to mute you for a minute. So Jordan Love, Okay, hang on a second. Bear with me. G, can you hear me now? No? Okay. So the Packers traded up. Now, with all the needs that the Packers had, if you can believe it, with all the needs that the Packers had, so they used a 4th round pick. They traded up, and Packer fans would have been thinking, you know, Aaron Rodgers, feel the love. Ooh, man. There's plenty of memes going around. I mean, Aaron Rodgers would have been sitting there going, here we go. Let's add some weapons. This is a good wide receiver class. That would be nice. This wasn't a very strong tight end class, and I don't think that would have been a good pick. Look at the defense. The Niners run. The Niners. The Packers run D especially. Yep, good point. O-line. This was a good draft for O-line. None of that. Let's go for I can't say it. Let's go for a quarterback that we're going to groom for the future. Developmental. There we go. Got it. Let's go for a developmental quarterback to sit behind Rodgers for a couple of years. That it's not going to do you any good right now. In a time when you potentially, you've got one of the best quarterbacks to play the game ever. And, he's what is Rodgers? G, can you hear me now? You still can't hear me. Rodgers, I think, is 34 maybe. So, you're not looking at very much longer in terms of his actual window. Why not give him a good receiver? Or give him some O-line help, as Raven said, or just, get a bloody run stuffer in there. Get someone to help the defense. Man, this was a head scratcher of a pick. Okay, G, you got me now or no?
No, man. I can. I can't get the microphone on my phone to go onto so I can hear you better, and I can't get it on my headphones, and I don't know why. What I might actually go and do, the Bluetooth doesn't seem to be working, so I'll just pop out to the car and get the plug-in headphones.
Yeah, go for
but
it.
You can hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you perfect. Yep.
Okay, well, just give me 5, sorry about that, and I'll go and plug the headphones into the... You think Bluetooth would work these days in the 21st century, but even the sound, I can't get like the speaker on my phone to actually work, so...
Yeah.
I will be back in 5. So just slide us out for a second. Keep an eye on for me, okay?
Yeah, no worries. All right.
Cool.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll take G out of there. Okay, so yeah, that was man. And a few people who were on Twitter this morning kind of talking about the comparisons to the Rodgers draft pick at the time when they had Brett Favre. But, in what you can't really make the comparison because Rodgers in that draft was, he fell. He was touted. He was definitely, one of the top draft picks, if not the best quarterback on the board. He fell, and the Packers just took that opportunity. So it was a little bit different, whereas Jordan Love is raw. And, again, polarizing. People were... in many minds about him. So, oof. Oh, I think I've got Neil on the line. I'm going to add him in and see. Hey, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, no.
Awesome. Hey,
about the G's?
I was just talking about Jordan Love. The Jordan Love pick, which was a very curious one. What were your thoughts, Neil? I think he's left. He'll come back. All right. Let's move on, and we will see how we go. I'll pull Neil out of the stream for a second. Okay. Now this was a curious one. Jordan Brooks. Ooh. I tell you why. Patrick Queen was available. the Seahawks have had seemingly a little bit of a habit of reaching on IDPs. I mean, LJ Collier last year in the first, which was a shocker. Jordan Brooks this time in the first. And I'm just looking up at the screen. The Bengals are on the clock, it seems. So we might see some movement in a minute. Jordan Brooks felt like a bit of a reach. Hey.
Hey, mate. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. I thought I'd just give you a bit of a break for your own voice while G finds his headphones.
Cheers. I think G might be there. I'll add him in. G, how you going? Is it working? It may.
No.
Maybe not.
Do you want to be on as well?
He can't see. Come on, Dad. Yay! Hello.
Say hello, Freddie.
Hi, Freddie.
I think you've done a pretty good job summing up round one there, AJ. I'm glad that you managed to sleep and talk yourself into your summing up round.
Oh, yeah. Look, what can you do? It is what it is. Got to give Herbert a go. I think that he could be. Look, who knows? We don't know. We don't know. This is the thing.
Can you hear me now? Oh.
Yeah, we can hear you, G.
Like the voice of God.
Mate, I have no idea what is going on, mate. I plug my headphones in, I can hear you. You can't hear me. I ripped the goddamn things out in anger, and now I can hear you. And it's just without my headphone, I have no idea.
Okay, so
clean the underneath of my phone out. Sorry.
Hey, so continue. The Bengals are on the clock. I'm just going to finish quickly, just recapping here. So Jordan Brooks, I thought that was a bit of a shocker, but who knows? We'll see how we go. Because Patrick Queen, I reckon the Ravens would have run to the podium if there was a podium, because Patrick Queen by far more talented in my opinion than Jordan Brooks. Patrick Queen is fantastic. The only knock on him personally, I mean, I preferred Murray just because I reckon Patrick Queen's a little bit of a tweener. But look, we've seen players like this be very successful. I mean, I kind of comp him to like a Telvin Smith. This guy is fast, sideline to sideline, great tackling. Not as good tackler as Kenneth Murray, in my opinion, but I'm also biased now.
Yeah, but G, you missed that. Apparently, AJ is going to get the little Chinese fellows who knocked up his Tua Chargers jersey to quickly change it to Murray.
Mate, they're probably already on the boat. You have to turn it back around first, obviously. Oh, mate, I'm sure by the time it gets here, AJ can learn some skills on the sewing machine and just whack one up himself.
Maybe.
Or you can just put no across the back. But you have to change the number. You'd have to. Well, we don't even know what number he's got yet. So, how did that work with the order?
No, we don't know. We have to wait.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So Patrick Queen, I love that.
All right. I'll jump back in later, gents. Go well.
Cheers, Neil. Cheers, Neil. See ya. See ya.
So I take it you've already been through why I've been off trying to earn $1, seeing I didn't make anything yesterday, and now my boss has gone down. He's gone down for a couple of coffees, so I thought I'd jump on and and have a chat before he comes back. So I got my hair looking good, I'm looking sharp, good. Makeup on.
Well, hey, G, I didn't hear you talk because I wasn't on at this point, but Edwards-Helaire. So I've just got the graphic up now. So
yeah,
in what sort of set the fantasy world on fire at pick 32?
Oh, Nick Whalen, who was on our show, last week, he'd be absolutely. I see him already. He's already absolutely wrapped with his call, and that he was the first running back taken off the board. Yeah. And look, it makes sense with that passing offense and the player that he is, that he can do pretty much everything and can be a 3-down back. And the fact that I can't remember it. I didn't bring my notes. I can't remember his blocking, but I think his blocking was okay. Yeah, that's a really good pick. I would have liked to see, geez, his name escapes me now.
Taylor.
Taylor, sorry, yeah, Jonathan Taylor go there.
Yep.
I've noticed in the last yesterday and today already, mate, so many players to remember without having a piece of paper in front of me, which you should know anyway. But mate, there's a lot of names going through my head. I even forgot my own kids last night. That I just thought that big, powerful, fast guy who can catch out of the backfield, can block. Would have been a pick there, but mate, who's gonna say Andy Reid go against what he picks? Really?
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
So that's a really good pick. I see, like Nick said, he's got him at probably the first running back taken off in fantasy now, which I don't know if I agree with that, because we still got a lot of running backs to go off the board that could land in good spots.
Yep.
So we'll just see. As I said, like if someone really good lands at the Ravens, with that offense and with the quarterback that they have, the offensive line that they have, we saw them run for over 200 yards on average per game last year, which is about just a touch under 50 yards more than the next best team.
Yeah.
And I spoke about that yesterday. I had a running back that only broke 8 tackles in Ingram. If a back lands there, that could be depending on who it is.
Yes.
Is another good landing spot, but we'll have to wait and see. But the Falcons need one, but I wouldn't be too keen about drafting him in Dynasty until we see what our offensive line was.
Oh, absolutely.
No, we know what it is, but we saw the improvement in the second half when injuries got a lot better, but still it hasn't been a strength for the Falcons for some time now.
No, that's a fair call.
That's just the homer. That's just the homer chat there. So sorry, everybody.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, the Bengals are on the clock. So I'm just looking at it right now. They've 4.5 minutes to go.
So what do they need? They need offensive line help. If last year's anything to go by.
Well, you've just got your quarterback of the future.
Yeah, so I don't know what offensive lineman. I'm not a line person. I'd have no idea who's available for them here at this pick. So what else would they be looking at? I suppose the defense. Bengals are sort of one of those teams, AJ. You sort of just, when the games come around on Game Pass, you sort of just flick past them. There must be a better game I can watch.
I feel like linebackers are need.
Yep.
Their D line maybe in the middle of the D line. I mean, they've got Dunlap and Hubbard.
But Dunlap, what's he now? He'll be hitting he'll be blowing 40 candles out on his birthday cake soon, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely getting on. I'm just loading up. Here's a thought. I'm just loading
not taking anything away from him, mate. Because if you play IDP in fantasy, he still puts up good numbers for you.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Actually, I was just looking at the. Hang on, I'll just share the screen.
Just to give you an idea of some of the work I've got ahead of me.
Yeah.
Anyway, good job.
This may not be easy to actually see.
Okay.
On the screen. No, not that easy to necessarily see. Okay. Oh, the pickers. Oh, it's come on my phone before it's come on the thing. They've just picked T. Higgins.
Ooh. That's okay. So there's the heir apparent to AJ Green. Well, obviously, no one's going to be that good. Well, I don't think T. Higgins is not going to be that good. He's not going to be AJ Green.
No.
But yeah, nice pick. Another target for Joe Burrows.
It is a nice pick.
Yeah, I like it. He wasn't the top, tall guy on my list, but that's okay. Obviously, people don't see the same things I saw in Denzel Mims, but that's cool.
Man, I tell you, yeah, I was
you-
just
you've
thinking the
got to-
same thing, Raven. The pick hasn't even been announced on the Game Pass,
Yep.
and it came on my phone like easily a minute ago. Still
Okay.
waiting, still waiting for it to come on the feed. Man,
Well, they don't want anybody like us putting it up there.
How
Maybe
bizarre.
maybe it's going through Schefter's house or something like that first, and they get it 5 minutes before everybody else. The feed coming in first. No, you never know.
Oh,
But no, that's a good pick. I really like T Higgins. We spoke about him yesterday. The fact that people don't think that he's aggressive enough. But as I said yesterday, maybe that's so off the line. And we saw the game against Jeff Okuda that he got touched up by him, but still scored the touchdown. When 6 points is up for grabs, he's the type of guy you go for. He's going to be a really good red zone threat. And mate, you put him with AJ Green for 12 months, mate, how much is he going to learn off that bloke? Playing, because he's going to take over that position basically. So now that really helps out Boyd. If you have Boyd,
yep.
In Dynasty, that's
pretty handy
great. And, mate, it's helping out Joe Mixon all the time as well.
Yes.
Yeah, AJ Green can stay healthy anymore. Yeah, well, I think he wasn't healthy, and I think that he allowed the health concerns because he didn't want to, put his body on the line when he still thinks he's had another couple of years with what was going on in Cincinnati, I think. Last year, but that's all hearsay. Who knows?
Yeah.
But no, that's a really I like that pick. I think Joe Burrow will like that pick as a quarterback. Pittman, wide receiver to the Colts. Yeah, I really like Pittman, and spoke about yesterday the fact that he hasn't been getting a lot of chat really.
No.
Which is unusual. But yeah, to the Colts. Well, they're eventually going to have to. They need more targets, don't they?
Well, Raven's ahead of us on the telecast, so I'm presuming he's not sort of flagging that there's been a trade or anything. But
okay.
He's just saying, yep. Oh, they just picked him, he said. Really?
Oh,
I can't
mate,
see anything.
So the are you watching the telecast on Game Pass, or we're not? That's not telecast. Oh, okay. Yeah, you haven't got ESPN or someone. Can't switch it across to that.
So it just says on mine that Washington's 6 minutes still on the clock.
Oh, bloody hell! That's terrible. That's Game Pass for you.
It's Game Pass.
Maybe because it's free. They're not making you pay for it. Maybe if you pay for it, you get it on, 5 seconds later.
Maybe.
Okay, so
Raven, they traded up, obviously.
I was going to say they must have. Yeah, because who had the pick? Redskins. They had the pick.
Yeah, Redskins had the pick.
Okay, so they obviously figured they need more collateral. More picks in the lotto draft with what they have.
Yeah.
So no, that's a really good pick. I think Memphis should be pretty happy with that.
Oh my word! Yeah, that's a fantastic pick. Quarterback is a question though, isn't it?
It is, yes. Yeah.
Look,
we're not going to go there again, are we? We can't lay that much on one bloke.
Yeah, obviously I am a massive fan of Phillip Rivers. Obviously I am. But what's the saying that Father Time is undefeated?
That is the saying. Yep.
And that's just the reality of it. And I think that it's fine to. Well, it's actually saying Redskins pick is in. What's going on? Oh well, we'll wait and see.
Okay.
Confusing.
No worries. Well, I can't do anything from my phone because if I do something with my phone, you probably lose me. So
yeah, probably. Colts got that pick from the Skins as part of the
okay.
deal. Oh, really?
Montez.
I don't know why it's not showing on the on the Game Pass then.
So where the picks been made, I take it's not from Goodell's basement.
No, he's still in the basement.
Mate, I'm really disappointed. Like, is it a big deal? Yeah, probably not. He just reads the picks out, and that's all anybody cares. But mate, you could have done. You've had so much time to know what to do.
Yep.
You seriously could have had like get the. I think they use blue screen these days, don't they? AJ, not green. I've been watching a bit of. I've been watching a bit of backstage stuff on YouTube of how they make like. Oh, it was just some Star Wars stuff, and how they're talking about 300, which is a years old movie, but it was all done on blue, it wasn't green. So you think you could have put a blue screen on the back and got him to stand in front of, mate, you could have made it fucking awesome.
Yep.
And yet they got the old bloody, I don't know, the oak cabinet in there. They probably built that in a week, chucked it up.
Yep.
I don't know if they got any guys from the other side of the wall to come in and build it. That would have pissed off the president.
Raven's calling. Raven said Swift to the Lions. Now he's way ahead of us because there's still. I tell you, on this telecast here.
So Swift to the Lions. So what are they saying about?
I'll tell you what they're saying because the draft doesn't lie, G.
No, it doesn't.
They will lie at the presser about Carry On.
Carry On Johnson. So, yeah. Well, like my big comp of him coming out was the fact that he can't stay healthy in college. How do you say,
Who's Swift?
No, Carry On. And maybe they've got to the point where we can't rely on him.
Maybe.
So Swift, okay.
Jeez. TV guys in shock. I'm still waiting. I tell you, sorry to just segue.
That's okay.
The Game Pass is still saying Redskins pick us in, so they've really screwed this up. If it actually is the Colts,
mate, the NFL Network. What do you expect?
Not that I doubt you, Raven. I'm just saying they've got Redskins pick us in. They haven't changed the graphic, and they're talking to Joe Burrow.
I was going to say, are you sure that it hasn't frozen on you?
No, it's actually going. Like they're showing Chase Young now. They're talking to Chase Young because I think they're touching base with the picks from yesterday as the other picks come up, right? So that
maybe they're having problems with technology.
Maybe they were talking to Burrow, I guess, about the T Higgins pick.
Well, this is not working too well for us, is it then? The fact that somebody else is giving us the tips and we're sitting there trying to watch it and talk about it, but
it doesn't matter. Yeah, I think we are on Mars. Man, I don't know what's going on. So they're talking to Chase Young.
There's no other way that you can get. There's no other way you can get something else up on that bloody 80 screen of yours.
I'll try in a minute.
You must be going blind sitting that close to it.
So they've got Chase Young on, which is stupid because, and now they're showing Ron Rivera and Kyle Smith from the Skins.
Yep.
So it's like, what's going on? And now they're showing a big, the big graphic. So it says draft, pick is in with a big Redskins logo. And now we're going to go Roger Goodell. He's got all the hang on. Redskins selection.
Chase Young. They're showing yesterday's.
What?
Are they showing you yesterday's?
They're showing yesterday's.
Are they?
Watching...
I don't know.
Oh man, you know what?
You are, aren't you?
That's hilarious. I might be watching yesterday's feed. That's hilarious. Bloody Game
Mate,
Pass.
you're meant to be the IT dude.
I don't believe it. Hang on a second.
You're gonna wait and see, are you? Well, if you had joined us yesterday, you would have known about all this.
Okay, hang on a second. Alrighty. Okay, I'm on board now. It was me. That's funny. I was thinking, why are they talking to Joe Burrow?
Mate, I am really concerned with the future of this country when you've been the teacher with IT and you can't even get the IT part. If it was mathematical quizzes and that, and you weren't doing too well, well, I accept that, because that's not your forte. But
Oh, that's
you know,
funny. Okay,
man,
so
his
the Giants are on the clock.
post I just saw on my Twitter feed. Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah.
If you have
So
and carry on, they have hit the mate, it's like coronavirus.
Sorry,
Just
sorry.
went through.
Gee, I
Hey,
thought
Neil.
you might want I thought you might want a professional to join you. I hear there's been a bit.
Mate,
I
mate,
hear
know
there's
anything
been some
about
issues.
Hey mate, this is not the kids show, mate. This is not Sesame Street or Playhouse or the Wiggles. What's going on? Hey?
Well,
Obviously-
as long as we're watching the right feed, I wouldn't.
Here we
I would
are.
hate. I would hate to think I had Sesame Street on and was watching the NFL draft. So I better change the channel.
The way AJ's going, mate, wouldn't surprise me if he's wondering why is there the bear in there? It must be their pick, and a chair as well
Well, it only took me about half an hour to realise.
to work it out.
Yeah.
Good work, AJ. Good work. So are we on right now? You good?
All
I've
right,
got the
good
right
luck,
feed on
boys.
now.
Hey,
Yes.
mate, this is professional, Neil. What are you doing, dude?
Giants are on the clock.
Okay, so Giants needs.
Linebacker,
Yep. Oh, that's a need every year.
wide receiver,
Well, what do they have? They have
Slayton.
They have Slayton. They got Ingram at tight end.
Oh, they got Tate and Shepard, don't they?
They
So
got
probably not.
Tate,
Probably
Sterling
not wide
Shepard.
receiver.
Well, mate, look, really, mate. Tate's
Safety.
great, but it's getting to that point where they need another weapon.
I think they need
And
safety.
let's face it, Ingram hasn't been exactly the shining light of health either, has he?
No.
Mate, they got an absolute burner in Slayton.
They do.
He could be anything.
I think it's defensive backfield they need.
Okay. So what's available there? That this is your area of expertise.
Well, the best safety is still on the board. That's Grant Delpit. Okay, the selection's
Yep.
coming in. And the selection is, I've got the sound off, so I'm just watching for the ticker at the
That's
bottom.
right. They could probably do with a safety to someone to sort of, float around there, help everybody out.
Come on, Roger. Tell us who it is. It is Xavier McKinney. Yeah, they did. They went for safety. So Xavier McKinney, rated by many as the second best safety in the class. Some had him at the top. Some had him at the top of the board.
So that's a nice pickup in the second, even though it's the start of the second, basically. But
it's a very nice pickup. He's a fantastic player.
And they're filling holes that they need, which is perfect. They're just they got their own line. Andrew Thomas yesterday, which is great. And now they go and get the need on the defense.
Yeah, 1 minute delay, Raven, better than 24-hour delay, which I was on.
Yeah, 24 hours and 1 minute you were behind.
Patriots now on the board. So
where the Patriots going? What do they need? They need a bit, don't they? They need defense, don't they? Really? They've lost a few guys from last year. How many did they lose? About 3 or 4 players from the defense moved on.
They could do with a linebacker.
Yep.
They could do with safety. They could do.
So what's the bigger? Would linebacker be the bigger need for them? Just because the quarterback would. Yeah, but who's he going to
go Hurts? Could they go Hurts though here?
Cool, that's early.
It is maybe.
Yeah, no.
They've got a ton of picks now. The Patriots too.
Well, you're not going to take Hurts. If you can get him later on, which you probably can, they're not going to play. Probably would linebacker be bigger need on the defense and the save with the two corners they have. Like, do you need to worry about somebody else back there helping them out? I don't think so.
Probably not. If I had
What
to put my
linebackers are
money
available?
somewhere, if I had to put my money somewhere, I'd go linebacker. Anyway, selection's coming in. Here it comes. And hang on, I might turn the sound on a little bit, Rog, so I can actually.
Maybe they start getting wide receivers to help out Brady. Oh, sorry.
They got a safety, Kyle Duggar. That's an interesting call.
What do you think of him? Or you didn't see him, or?
He was down my board.
Okay. Well, your board's not very good, obviously, according to Bill Belichick.
Well, look, some teams march to the beat of their own drum, don't they?
They do.
Ben is online. Hey, Ben, how you doing?
Ben, hey, now, just before we get to the next pick, I hope you guys got up at 5 to 6 this morning and walked to the top of your driveway.
Yep,
Yeah.
we did.
Thank you. Good on you guys. That's good. Showing some respect for people that put in a lot more than we ever will.
I took some candles out there. We had some candles.
We all, a lot of people bitch and moan about having to sit inside for a couple of weeks. Imagine going sitting in a fucking trench for 4 years,
Yes.
3 years,
Yeah,
or whatever.
It's close one to me, actually. My great granddad served in World War One, and I remember going on a school field trip to the sort of the battlefields in France, and just probably one of the most emotional experiences ever. I mean, it's just some of the you think about it and you see it on the pictures, and then you get there and it's just completely
and really. You look at it now and you see it'd be all green and trees there now, and but if I'm a history buff, and if you go that Dan Carlin, hardcore history guy, if you want to go and listen to someone talk about the First World War and the way he puts it across and reads the letters of guys, we will never, and I hope we never have to live through what they had to, or our kids, or our grandkids, or whatever.
One of my favourite players.
Yes,
Gross Matos. Gross Matos to the Panthers.
Okay, nice pick.
He is really good. He's a bit raw, but I reckon his upside is open ceiling. Open ceiling.
Mate, they are really working that defensive line, aren't they? Mate,
yeah.
They got Derek Brown yesterday, which I would have loved for the Falcons to go up and get. Maybe they tried and they just didn't have enough that, who knows yesterday with what was going on. But now you stick Gross Matos on the edge with Derek Brown in the middle.
Yep.
Give him, Derek Brown's a ready up and go player. If you give him Matos 12 months, holy shit.
Oh, yeah. No, I like it. I like the pick.
It's interesting to see how these new head coaches and stuff are sort of building up their new rosters. Obviously, you've got, the guys in Miami seem to be very focused on the draft, like very much that's where we're going to build. We're happy to trade veterans, all that kind of stuff. Obviously, in Jacksonville as well, they seem to be doing that too. Probably in New York too. But the Panthers have, they've spent a little bit in free agency as well, which is interesting, but mainly on the offensive side of the ball. So, it's good. It's good to see these different strategies.
Do you think there's anybody at the moment that is sort of just drafting for the now? Like we know Tampa Bay because you have to now. You've made the investment. I
think the Cardinals as well. I think Arizona are drafting for now as well. I think they're they showed flashes last year. They've got a lot of work to do on the defensive side, but I think by picking a tackle, to protect Murray, they went out and got obviously DeAndre Hopkins as well and free agents in the trade. I
Yep.
think they're making a real good run at that NFC West.
No, that's a fair call. That is a fair call. But yeah, but they haven't gone and drafted guys who's going to get like, you know, a year or two out of like Hopkins. He's still, what is he, 20? What is he, 27?
Yeah.
So, you know, he's still got another good 3, possibly 4 years left in him. So,
What did you guys think
gonna
of the
charge it.
receivers coming off the board first up there in the second round?
well, look, we spoke about like T. Higgins. I like the pick, but I'm still I still have Denzel Memes higher on my board.
Yeah.
I think he offers that. He offers more of a physical part of the game. But no, I'm not. I think I thought it was a good pick. And then the Colts going up and getting Pittman, who I think Pittman's great.
Yeah.
And he hasn't been spoke about nowhere near enough leading up. It was quite weird because Pittman was one of the guys when the whole everybody shifted from the season finished to the rookies. Pittman was one of the guys that sort of got brought up a lot, and then he just disappeared. The talk about him just disappeared. So I don't know why. And to be honest, I didn't really talk about him that much, just on the occasion, if he was brought up. But no, I think that's a really good pick for the Colts.
It is a good pick. The picks in for the Finns.
Whether or not his quarterback can get the ball to him, that's another thing.
That is another thing. But look, Rivers might only be there for 1 year, G. We'll see.
Yeah, but it's going to be one of those situations for the Colts, isn't it? Like maybe 1 or 2 years, you finish in sort of the top half of the teams for the year, possibly, and then if you have to move on to a quarterback, are you going to get a quarterback in a pick in the mid-20s?
So
because the class next year is meant to be pretty good. So
yeah.
So Finns are on the board, G. So obviously they had 3 picks in the first round: Tua, Austin Jackson, the tackle, and Noah Igbenogany, cornerback.
I call him Noah Iggy.
Noah Iggy.
Noah Iggy.
And now, are they going to go running back? Is the big question.
I think this is a Jonathan Taylor pick, isn't it?
You have to go and get him. Yeah, you're right, but you'd have to go and get Jonathan Taylor, would you?
Yeah.
That'd be a lovely pick here if they do it. We'll see. Obviously, they've got a lot of picks and a lot of needs, but this would be the perfect spot. Obviously,
J.K. Dobbins could be another one that they like.
Dobbins is also there. So let's see.
Look, I'm really interested.
I reckon they were looking at edge as well. I reckon, seeing Gross Matos come off the board was probably, do we go running back then now? I think he was maybe someone they were looking at too. So
maybe.
We've got Ebenezer still on the board.
Yeah, the bulldozer.
So I reckon it's going to be running back or edge.
I think that's a fair call. So they're showing us.
Oh, that's Robert Hunt, isn't it? He's
Louisiana guard, Robert Hunt. And they're showing us, who's this? Oh, Grant Delpit. Yeah, Delpit is the number 1 safety on a lot of people's boards. So obviously already a safety is gone. But Delpit, yeah, that's a possibility. Obviously the Finns got rid of, who was the safety that they traded to the Steelers?
Minka
Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
Yep. So anyway, there's an area of need there. So we're just showing at the moment we can see Brian Flores and Chris Greer. I find it funny because like the picks obviously in, they're just sitting there relaxed. There's no emotion. We don't know what they're thinking. And now we're crossing to Roger Goodell's basement. Here he is. Robert Hunt.
So two two offensive linemen. They want to make sure Tua's got a lot of protection there.
And that's a fair call. You know, I think this is something that, if there's anything to be learnt from, the most recent example I can think of is, is the Colts. You know, the whole Andrew Luck debacle. Like, it's no good. Quarterback is going to be the most expensive player on your team, and also the person who's going to have the most impact on who you are as a team. So, you know, you got to invest in the guys that protect him. Road grader, Raven says.
Who's that? Who's the road grader?
Mathis,
Sorry.
the guy they just picked.
Oh, okay. Oh, what I think. Who's the other guy we spoke about? Ben brought up.
You're breaking up, G.
We,
Sorry.
the other defensive lineman, the end. Can you hear me?
Epenza.
Yeah, mate. If you want a road grader, holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, we need him on some of our road construction in Melbourne to get these bloody freeways built a hell of a lot quicker.
They're going to run.
It'd be interesting to see what they do with their extra second rounder now. I mean, you know, maybe they like the fact that they still, you know, Taylor on the board, maybe J.K. Dobbins. They think. I mean, I think they don't pick till 56, so they might have to move up to grab one of those guys.
And to be honest, you know,
AJ, excuse me, AJ, could you post the link for Randy? He's trying to jump on.
Okay, no worries. I'll do
Could
that.
you send him a link? Sorry, Ben. Sorry about that, dude.
No, sorry.
You guys keep talking. I'll post a link for Randy.
Yeah, you obviously, Ben, they must like someone they know they can get later on at the running back position.
Yeah.
So the problem with a lot of the backs that I saw this year, I don't know if you saw it as well, there's not a ton of great, you know, pass blockers in there.
Yeah.
Which is a concern.
Yeah.
So, geez, they're just being smart about it, isn't he, Flores? He's just taking, you know, the needs first and grab a little bit of flash.
So the Texans have made their pick in the second.
This is their first. Is this their first pick? This is their first pick.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ross Blacklock, defensive tackle. I'm just adding Randy in. Randy, how you doing, brother?
What's happening?
Hey, Randy.
Hey, Randy.
Mate. What are you trying to save $1?
The Colts just, I can't tell you. I got a feet ahead.
Did the Colts trade up, Randy?
We've lost him.
We've lost him.
Hey?
The Colts are on the clock right now, and the pick is in, it says. So I think he might be turning the light on. All right, he's coming back. So anyway, I'm surprised the Texans went with a D tackle, but they did lose DJ Reader in the offseason. So it was definitely an area of need for them. He might be going with a different device. Hang on, let's add Randy in now. Hey, Randy.
I'm back.
So Michael Pittman, you're a happy
mate, Randy.
Oh,
Randy,
it
meet
just got better. I'm watching a feed that's faster than the NFL. Do you want to break news?
Yeah,
yes,
go.
Please.
The Colts traded up with Cleveland and took Jonathan Taylor.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Wow.
Pour one out for Marlon Mack.
Yeah, man, you're a bit of you'd like Marlon Mack coming into this season too.
Let's turn this down. What's going on with you guys?
Mate, just seeing how you feel about that pick.
Yeah, interesting times.
Wow.
Yeah. So what's that do for Marlon Mack?
So he went 41 overall. I don't think it's broke on Twitter or anywhere he left, but Twitter's about ready to go crazy.
My word.
Mate, so how does that affect Mac in your eyes now? Like from a fantasy point of view, and also probably from a real football
if you're going to
point
keep
of
up
view.
with Kansas City, you got to score points, right?
Yep. Geez, Jonathan Taylor behind that
bums me
offensive
out. I
line.
like Mac, but it makes sense.
Hey, what did the Colts pay to move up, Randy? Do you know?
They gave 44 and another like a 117, like a fifth or a sixth to move up 3 spots. But
Okay,
I think
now
they wanted to get ahead of the Jags because the Jags are clearly past. We have some big picks. I mean, I can be your news breaking specialist.
Hey, now Nick Whalen put on the fact
Chris
that
Ballard's not playing around.
Can Randy hear me? Was he just ignoring
Michael Pittman, Jonathan Taylor.
I think he can hear you.
I can hear. It sounds like someone's ripping up like sheets of paper, but it's all right.
Oh, cool, dude.
Everybody's going crazy.
Is that me?
Randy's just calling. That's all.
Now, Nick Whalen put up yesterday that
the Jonathan Taylor steam is going to be building. What do you guys think about Swift? What do you guys think about Swift to
the Lions?
The Lions.
Oh man, I was saying, Randy, that GMs you can for most of the year you can't take what they say at face value, but the NFL draft doesn't lie, does it?
How's the language parameters on this podcast?
No, I've already dropped the F. I've already dropped the
old
F-bomb, mate.
expression that I always heard was money talks and bullshit walks. And
right.
if you're gonna put your if you're gonna trade up to get a guy, I've always believed how everything is going. I'm getting texts and I'm getting blown up nonstop here now.
Yeah, I'd imagine. Hey,
as
mate.
a Colts fan, I love it. As a Colts fan, as a guy who's got more than one share of Marlon Mack, I don't. But I think I can still get some use out of Marlon Mack. Just like Miles Sanders last year, if you don't get much of an offseason to learn the offense and learn the team, it's going to slow your season. So from like a redraft perspective,
right.
He's not going to come out. None of these guys are, to be quite honest, are going to come out gangbusters. Because the COVID-19 is going to limit mini camp and OTAs and maybe even the start of training camp. So the amount of time that they've had to work with the offensive line, the offensive coaches, etc. Now that doesn't mean that he's not going to get snaps. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying if you're expecting a bell cow role in 2020, that might not be the case.
Yep.
So
I tried calling G, and he's like, "Call this other line," and I'm like, I had to look everywhere.
Well, I've been trying to talk to you, mate, but you're just ignoring me. I'm being ignored.
Oh, what more breaking news here on the Aussie Guys podcast?
Yeah, knock it out.
Who have the Jags picked?
Laviska Shenault to the Jags.
Wow, to the Jags.
Yep.
Wow.
They're building quite a wide receiver core for Trevor Lawrence next year.
I was going to say that makes a bit of sense, doesn't it? Because they have the
pretty good draft capital for Laviska.
It is. It is.
42 overall is pretty good.
It is.
Hey, just going back to the Lions pick, the Swift pick. They waited all that time to get a 1,000-yard runner, and now they're going to have 2 guys who probably only put up about 500-600 yards. It makes me wonder what that offense is going to be about this year after, they sort of thought Stafford struggled with his back. Are they going to take the pressure off Stafford throwing it and run it more, or what do you reckon?
Well, I think
they can be very game script dependent. I think if Detroit needs to get some shootouts, they can certainly do that. They can also slow the tempo down now. I mean, I think that's kind of the new NFL. You got to play your opponent and not just play your game. And with Patricia, the only man that I know that has a laminated play sheet and a wooden pencil behind his ear. You know, he did come from that. He did come from that Bill Belichick school of defense, but I never saw Bill Belichick with a wooden pencil and a laminated play sheet. But you know, sometimes you got to be your own man.
Or your own dog, whichever.
Yeah, I'm sitting here with my dog.
Well, you've got two.
We're just sitting here.
You've got two running backs now, and both of them can't pass block.
Is that a? Oh, you have a jersey on. I thought you had a shirt and tie on, AJ.
No. It's a. Well, look, I had to put the powder blues on. Chargers going back to the powder blue.
Man,
so,
the Chargers cleaned up.
Yeah, look,
Just
I think they did
cleaned
well.
up.
I'm pretty happy, but I'm just a bit. I was saying earlier, a bit met about the Herbert pick, just because I probably had my heart set a bit on Tua.
Sure.
Herbert, by all accounts, is good. You know, we just have to see.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Who were the top two quarterbacks in the 2018 draft? The top three, even. I guess it was Baker and Sam Darnold. And look who the guys who went, you know, after that. We all think we want one thing, and then Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson have been the hits. Why? Because they went to better franchises, better ran, better leadership, and I think Tom Telesco, the GM, and Anthony Lynn, the head coach, he's used mobile quarterbacks in the past before, whether it was Tyrod Taylor or what have you. I think and he's going to a team with good weapons.
Yeah,
I think it's the perfect situation. They've got a decent offensive line. They traded for that Pro Bowl guard from Carolina. They re-signed Eckler. You want another breaking, very on par pick?
Yeah, go for it. You know, they haven't even shown the Jags pick on my feed yet.
No,
the Chicago Bears select Cole Kmet, tight end.
Really?
Notre Dame.
Oh,
yuck. That's a very Bears pick.
That is. Oh man.
And the good thing is that you're. Well, I'll go back to your QB now. He can redshirt for a year. So COVID-19 is going to limit rookie upside in 2020, and you got a veteran. Don't forget that Baker played a hell of a lot better when he had Tyrod Taylor around to be the veteran, the grown-up in the room.
Right.
And, you know, can he be everything for a young Justin Herbert that Josh McCown was for Sam Darnold?
Oh, sure.
Those things matter to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, Cole Kmet.
Yeah.
Cole Kmet to the Bears.
Yeah, good luck. Mate, seriously. Yeah, okay. Mate, you know my feelings on Cole Kmet. So, if you want
to Trey Burton as well, aren't they? Even though he's on somebody else's team.
He's a very Bears pick.
Mate, if you want a big stiff tight end, we just went and grabbed one. So knock yourself out. If you think tight end will have to be 6'6" and 250 pounds, well, they got the right bloke. But you know, whatever. You know, okay. If I'm wrong on Cole Kmet, I'm wrong on Cole Kmet. But I'm willing to eat that one. To be honest, I'm probably more out of everybody I looked at. I'm probably the firmest on my tight end class than I am on my wide receivers, who I like looking at the most. Like I can see myself missing on a few of these wide receivers, but I'm pretty happy with what the guys that I've picked at the tight end position and where I put them. And he was, what was he? He was number 5, possibly number 6, because we don't know what Albert O will be. I got no idea.
Yep.
Well, were you judging him just as a pass catching tight end, or were you grading his overall game? Because he's by far the best blocking tight end in this draft.
Well, I don't know if he's the best blocking tight end, Randers, to be honest.
He's pretty good.
I'm not saying he's not good. But mate, there's a couple of those guys that are more athletic and they can block. And mate, what you need your tight end to block what? Outside linebackers, pick up blitzes.
But if you're talking about fantasy, I mean, he may not do it in year one, but from a snap share percentage, I mean, a guy who can block is always going to be on the field. So you can go off in line. You can get motioned out, and you can get in audibles and stuff. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. This tight end class, I compared it to a nightclub at closing time. It's ugly.
Oh man, I'm not saying it's good, but there's 4 other chicks on the dance floor before the lights come on that I'd rather grab than Miss Cole Kmet.
You just grab the one that's most readily available. Don't forget the fact that he's used to that Chicago weather. He went to Notre Dame, which is up in that area.
Dude, if you're picking the guy based on the weather,
I'm basing the pick off of his ability to acclimate to his new surroundings. And he feels like a Chicago Bear. I don't hate the pick.
Okay. Well, I just think there's at least 3 other guys, at least 3, if not 4, that maybe. I'm trying to. I wish I had my thing on me. My list.
I can't wait to see who Cleveland drafts.
Tight end?
I don't know yet.
No.
Tight end. Give it a...
I just want to keep going with Randy. See if we can keep this going. Our little chat going here. But
Randy, I want to get your take on how you see the top of the rookie draft board looking. We've got Swift, Taylor, and Edwards-Helaire. Who are you taking first?
I am taking Edwards-Helaire. Not by a lot, but pass catching matters. An Andy Reid offense matters. Patrick Mahomes matters.
Yep.
Those are all things. I mean, a 4.39 and 40 is cool, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know he can catch the ball. He feels like and he being Jonathan Taylor, he feels like he catches the ball in the way that Leonard Fournette caught the ball last year. He can do it. Sure. That doesn't make him great at it. There's a difference. And Edwards-Helaire is clearly great. And did you see all the videos with the offensive coordinator, former running back Eric Bieniemy, and Patrick Mahomes, I guess, went to the Chiefs and lobbied to draft this guy? That matters. Yes. So for me right now, I don't know now if Dobbins goes to a spot that I really like, maybe. But these running backs have really redeemed what was otherwise a pretty wild first round.
Well, Tampa Bay are nearly on the clock. That could be a spot.
Oh, if Dobbins goes there, I think he would be my 101.
Wow, that's a fair
I loved Dobbins before the draft. The biggest loser for me so far in the running back position has got to be Swift.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's kind of like Green Bay drafting a tight end, or getting a tight end in free agents. Like Lions and running backs, they just don't have a good relationship.
Yeah. At some point, though, you got to turn it around. I'm dying to see what Cleveland does.
So you still haven't seen that yet? It says picks in.
Oh, we have a pick.
Oh, okay,
Cleveland went pretty chalk.
I think they were. I've got them going safety here. I thought that maybe safety. Maybe I had Jeremy Chin.
You're close. Grant Delpit.
Delpit.
Yeah.
The Browns are more of a name brand type. I mean, I think Chin's probably the better player. I agree, but Delpit's the brand name. So
Delpit was a funny one, Randy. I reckon when I was watching him, I could see lots of reasons to put him down my board all the time. Like I found him a little bit inconsistent.
His sophomore tape was by far superior to his junior tape. It was almost like he was holding himself back it felt like he was almost holding himself back at times because he knew what was like he was protecting his moneymaker, if you know what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah.
Man, you're adding Grant Delpit to a defense that did not give up one 300-yard passer last year.
Yep. Hey,
Pretty scary.
let me put a
Well,
question
that makes up for the fact that they got a quarterback that doesn't throw a 300-yard game.
I've got a theory on that, but I want to hear AJ's question.
Oh, okay. This is just out of the blue. So let's say you have the 102 in a rookie draft. Leonard Fournette or the 102?
The 102 so fast it would make your hair spin. Leonard Fournette is so I'm starting to see a trend the last 3 or 4 years in the NFL. It's kind of like a single serve society. If you can't prove that you're a baller on your rookie contract worth keeping, they'll cast you to the wayside. Look what happened to Jameis Winston. He can't even get a job right now.
Right.
And I mean, if you can't establish value with so many good players coming out of college right now, there's no way I would be taking the 102 for sure, because right now that's Jonathan Taylor on a winning team in Indianapolis. Can you imagine how many touchdowns he's going to have the opportunity?
My word.
And then you got Edwards-Helaire in a PPR world. Yeah, Leonard Fournette, even if he gets to keep his job this year, he's not long for this RB world. So, but I do agree that he's valuable. As long as it's a Jag, he's got value.
Mate, you're talking about Winston, mate. Cam Newton's sitting out there now without a job, and this was a guy that 2 seasons ago, 4 seasons ago was like the MVP of the NFL. Went to a Super Bowl
participant.
Yeah, and he can't even. He hasn't got a gig now. Like,
But let me ask you a question, G.
Yep.
If you were a head coach, are you going to hire Cam to be your backup? You want a celebrity backup? Because as soon as you lose 2 games in a row, the local media and the fans are going to be like, bench a quarterback, bring in Cam, give it MVP. Yeah. He's a headache as a backup.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like you're not going to bring him in as the backup, are you? That's just
the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers just made a pick, by the way. G's going to love it. Antoine Winfield Jr.
He was my number 1 safety, Randy.
You and a lot of people.
I love him. He's fantastic.
That's all right.
Tampa Bay's having a hell of an offseason.
Mate, I'm looking at what's going on in our division, and I'm getting more and more scared with every pick for the Falcons this year.
Hotlanta on the clock.
We went and grabbed in our first round. We went and grabbed the DB AJ Terrell out of Clemson, and I don't know anything about him, AJ. You probably know more than me. But mate, in the championship game, he got burnt for 200 yards.
That means he won't hurt. That means he won't hurt my. That means he won't hurt my AJ Dillon. My DJ Moore shares. Perfect.
No,
exactly what I wanted to hear.
Excellent. But his coach says he is the Deshaun Watson of the defensive back class this year. So we'll see. But I've had other.
And I misspoke. Denver's on the clock, then Atlanta.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say, man, you're way ahead because Rod Goodell's just announcing Delpit for the Browns on mine, so I'm way behind.
If Atlanta pick Mims, mate, you're going to see for the first time
Nudie
a guy. Nude, mate. Are you allowed to masturbate on live?
No.
No. Okay.
Usually you pay extra for that.
Oh man, if that
from Randy, I'm not sure whether he's in Goodell's basement or Schefter's basement. I can't quite tell.
Who's that?
Randy. He's obviously got a line to somebody here.
It's here. I'm going to turn the camera around.
Hey Randy.
Generic. Yo.
I can see the TV is on, so I know you've got electricity.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, hey, AJ, I'm rooting for a greener. I'm rooting for a greener Earth here.
Good on you.
Hey,
me and-
your co-host
me and-
Jerry Sinclair. How
never
would he
heard
feel
of him.
right now with the pick with Swift? He'd be a bit upset, wouldn't
Jerry, let me ask you a question. I like getting some insight on these. You know, if you've been beaten down your entire life, when someone does something nice for you, would you feel like it was a good thing? No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. You're just used to getting beaten every time you make a decision. So it feels bad, but I actually like it. Same thing. I think all these rookie running backs will come on late, and I'll be looking to pounce on impatient owners that expect them to come out and just be bell cows from day one. Because
All right.
we live in a fishbowl society, and if you don't produce in week one, you suck, and I'll trade you for a sack of used chewing gum. So that's what I'll be looking to do because, you know, all these guys are going to situations where there's an established veteran there. You know, Damian Williams, I don't love Damian Williams, but he's a solid pro. I like Marlon Mack more than most. Solid pro.
Yep.
Oh my God.
What?
Oh my God. KJ Hamler in the second round. Denver.
You're way ahead. So they're still
They've doubled down. They've doubled down on receivers.
Yeah, no, that's a selection. Denver select KJ Hamler. It's on my screen anyway.
Yeah. Let me just go to my fantasy leagues right now and drop Deshaun Hamilton from all of them.
I dropped him yesterday.
He's 5'8", $178. He's Marquise Brown without the pedigree.
Mm.
That is a really weird. To me, that's a weird pick. I'm not a GM, but they got Jerry Jeudy yesterday.
I'm telling you, every non-fantasy player that I hear is that this is what they're doing in Carolina. These teams are wanting speed,
Yep.
speed, and the kids you got to pull the top off the defense. It's good for Melvin Gordon. It's good for Jeudy and Sutton. I just think that if you have an established wide receiver in Dynasty or Fantasy, just hold on to him. If you're moving a Michael Thomas or a DeAndre Hopkins or like one of the big ones that you know has an established role, you're crazy because the NFL is being flooded with wide receivers right now. And next year's wide receiver class is as good, if not better. So wide receivers are about ready to become a dime a dozen, as the expression goes here in the States.
Yep.
And the really, really good ones are just worth a ton.
Hey, Randy. Sorry, this is completely ridiculous. Randy,
Yes. Okay.
who's at a concert if it costs 45 cents?
Nickelback.
Just put me out for a sec, AJ.
You're close. 50
Yeah,
Cent featuring Nickelback.
Just put me out for a second. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh yeah, no worries, G. Hey, man, that's a surprise, isn't it? But
why does G leave right before the Falcons pick?
I got no idea.
Oh, Randy, I think AJ can talk to you about disappearing after Chargers picks yesterday. We were all concerned for his welfare.
I think the Murray pick was better than the. I think they're all good football players for the first couple of rounds. It's one thing to be a better human and a guy who's going to wind up in Los Angeles and not become a knucklehead because Los Angeles can do that to people. And this kid, from everything that I've read and everything that I've heard, and you know, people say he's just like a really good person. He was a leader on that team, and that's great. And I think one thing we didn't talk about this earlier, but the reason why I like the Herbert pick, AJ, is that they've got to pay Keenan Allen, they've got to pay Henry, they've got to pay Mike Williams, they've got to pay Bosa, they've got to pay Ingram. And you can't pay all those guys if you got a veteran quarterback like Jameis or Cam Newton. You have to have a rookie on a rookie deal.
Yeah.
No. Okay. Sorry. Got to take care of business sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, listen. Randy will be able to tell us the Falcons pick because I'm way behind on the feet.
Yeah,
of my
no
feet.
worries. So what do we need? The Falcons. We need edge. We
Could be
need
an extra here, I
linebacker.
think.
We need running back.
I'll tell you the Panthers have invested in some defense. They took
have.
that defensive tackle out of Auburn, and then they got Yetur Gross-Matos. They're working on that defensive line.
Yeah, without a doubt, we spoke about that, Randy. Like how good they got a starting, guy in Brown. He's just going to be a monster straight away. And Gross-Matos, well, he's still got things to learn, but
Ooh.
yeah.
Jerry just tweeted. Do you guys know Dale, fellow Aussie Dynasty player?
No.
Oh, he just made the prediction of Mims to the Jets.
To the Jets. Well, the
What's
Falcons.
his prediction?
Makes sense. It would have been nice if he said Falcons, but so screw him. I'm not going to follow him.
So the Falcons pick is in, it says here, Randy. Have you got any further update?
Nope. But as soon as I get one, I will make sure to break news here on the Aussie Guys live feed.
So Jets are the Falcons.
What's left at linebacker that's any good, guys? Like Ben, what's left, mate?
Well, the guy who's still on the board is Miga, who I thought would go first round, and that's Zach Bourne out of Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Still there.
That's a great call.
That's what we need.
Around.
Yeah, mate, and he's a guy. He's like old school linebacker. He's not this run around everywhere type guy, mate. He's like serious downhill, get to the quarterback sort of type bloke as well.
Yes. I've just added Neil back in.
Morning, guys.
Hey, Neil.
I needed to come on. I needed to be live.
Mate, Neil.
I needed to be live when Mims got picked. Couldn't forgive myself.
He's got to go this round. I don't know. Maybe obviously NFL team the same thing.
Oh, Chicago.
Right.
The pick is in for Atlanta. They've not posted it yet.
No.
So
I think that the Jets pick's interesting because I think everybody was talking yesterday whether at that position they might get swayed by a receiver, like CeeDee Lamb or someone like that. They didn't. They stayed with Joe Douglas stayed with his tackle. So, if they're thinking about receiver here, could be interesting. I actually had your man, Van the Man Jefferson here to the Jets.
Oh, Van Jefferson. Yeah, but they've got Jamison Crowder, so I don't know if you really need Van Jefferson sitting in
you can't take Van Jefferson this early. Van Jefferson will be there much later.
Do they take the running back?
Who's that? The Falcons?
The
pick is
the Jets.
The pick is in. The pick is in.
We need defense.
They took Marlon Davidson, defensive line out of Auburn.
Who?
6'3". Marlon Davidson. Like take the first name of Marlon Mack, so Marlon, and last name Davidson, like Harley. So you have Marlon Davidson.
Well, I don't know him, G. I've never heard of him.
Scrolling.
Find out.
Traded up.
Please find out something.
Okay. He was my third defensive tackle.
Oh, was he? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh well,
he looks like a defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Makes
he looks like a
sense.
defensive tackle.
Mate, he better have fucking long arms at 6'3".
He looks like a pit bull, like a Rottweiler, like a big old head and neck.
Well, mate, like I've always spoke about for like the last 18 years, we can't stop the run to save our lives.
He looks like an African American Quentin Nelson is what he looks like to me.
Okay.
Just he looks mean and nasty. Very much so. As a Colts fan, I can tell you haven't anything. Oh, the Seattle Seahawks have given up their first round pick. Huh? No, I don't think this right. There's a trade though. The Jets have traded to Seattle.
What have they given up?
I'll get to you. Oh. I don't know. It says first round pick for 48.
2021.
So it sounds like they're getting their 2021.
Wow. Well, who's on the board here thereafter so badly, I wonder?
I wonder if it's Dobbins.
Could ooh.
So who's traded up?
Seattle.
Seattle.
So Marlon Mack fantasy owners are about to be joined by Chris Carson fantasy owners.
Well, and to be joined by Damian Williams. Are you guys in Australia? Are you guys familiar with the great American songwriter and singer Hank Williams?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I do know. Country and Western.
He had a classic song, "There's a Tear in My Beer, because I'm crying for you, dear." And that's what us, Marlon Mack and Damian Williams are doing. There's a tear in our beer.
I think out of Damian Williams and Marlon Mack, mate, there'd be more tears in the Marlon Mack beer, wouldn't there?
Here's a question for you.
Here's
a question for you. If it is Dobbins, what do you make of that? 'Cause this is another, it's like the Lions, because obviously they picked Penny last year. They've got Chris Carson. It's another team that doesn't know how to pick running backs.
Chris Carson's got a hip injury, and he's an undrafted free agent that they signed for nothing. They owe that dude like 200. They owe that dude 200 grand. They can find that in the couch cushion in the Seattle front office. So let's hand it to him and tell him to leave. But the pick is no, not yet. The predicting the pick.
Oh, Randy,
but
on the description of the Falcons guy, I just saw him.
Yeah, big old Rottweiler looking dude. Hey, I want those interior guys. I want to get you guys are IDP guys. I want to get you. Maybe not even AJ. You're the IDP guy. What do you think about the Colts get Buckner for a 13?
I'm sorry, what's that?
What do you think about the Colts getting DeForest Buckner from the 49ers for 13?
Absolute steal.
Brilliant. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant. You do that in a heartbeat any day of the week.
Mate, from the IDP scoring, wasn't he like the number one defensive tackle in IDP last year? Like by a fair bit too.
Yeah.
The guy is generational.
I was excited.
Yeah.
They should be.
Well, you add a third All-Pro that team. I mean, Quentin Nelson's an All-Pro, Darius Leonard's an All-Pro, and how much does that free up Darius Leonard to do more of the things that he does?
No, it's brilliant. Love it.
I mean, at the end of the day, the Niners just got cheaper, didn't they? That's all they did. They took Kinlaw, so they just got cheaper at that position and did that. But the Colts, because they've got the cap space, they're laughing because they wouldn't have taken Kinlaw at
Seahawks pick
that's pick. So
the Seahawks.
Yeah, I've not seen it yet, but
how can I be ahead of you now? That's ridiculous. Seahawks pick
I don't know.
Taylor, defensive end.
Oh yeah.
AJ, as someone that's watched the most Philip Rivers, is this going to give him like a late career renaissance?
Not really. But it does depend a little bit on. See, listen, Frank Reich understands Philip Rivers, and they just have to be conscious of, you don't get a jazz musician to play the blues, right? You get Rivers in there, and you make him do the things he's capable of doing, and he'll be very good at that. So, we can hear some nature sounds, Neil.
Yeah,
I hope there's social distancing going on there, Neil.
Mate, Ben will tell you, I live on the grounds of a private school, so I have 5 football ovals to walk around and wouldn't run into one single other person. So
which private school is that?
Scotch College.
Oh, Scotch.
Oh, no, damn, dude, that. Mate, you'd need all day, mate, just to get from one end to the other. I used to do a heap of work there. That's a cranking big school.
Pittsburgh's on the clock. I'm going to get you guys. I'm going to get through the Rams with you guys, and I got to get going. This is a horrible. I mean, let me say this on the surface, on the very thin level. This feels like a horrible move by Seattle. I don't like it. I don't like giving up a first to get a senior who's 23 years old on the defensive end. I mean, I got to trust, the head coach. I'm drawing a blank. I can see him chewing his gum, but he knows defense.
Where was the pick in this? Sorry, where was the pick in this round? If they didn't move up, did they have a pick in this round? They still, or no?
That I don't know.
That I'm not sure.
But if you gave up a first,
no, Andrew says they haven't in the comments.
Andrew said 59 and 101. Hey, the Seahawks last year picked LJ Collier in the first, a defensive end, which was a reach then. I just think they, man, I don't know. I'm not a fan of
they took
Seahawks
Rashad
drafts.
Penny.
Yeah, the Seahawks haven't had a good draft for a number of years, I don't feel.
I heard a theory on that. It's not mine, but I'll share it if you like.
Please.
Yeah.
That when Pete Carroll came out of college, he nailed a lot of drafts. They nailed the Richard Sherman pick. There was a linebacker, I'm drawing a blank, who they had for a while, and it was because Pete knew all those guys when he was the head coach at USC. He knew all those guys. He had been in college. He had recruited them. He had played against them. He had a lot of internal knowledge of those guys. He was closer to the fire, if you will. And the further he's been in the NFL, the less that he has familiarity with those guys.
He's run out of wood to put on his fire, Randy.
Correct. And they said to watch Matt Rule, the new coach in Carolina, for the same reason. And that he's going to be very familiar with you guys coming out of Baylor in the Big 12, and watch the guys that he picks and selects for the next couple of years. And I mean, it's just a theory, but it holds some water. And the Pittsburgh Steelers, they just took Chase Claypool from Notre Dame, wide receiver, possible tight end.
I was going to say
James Conner.
Mate, they'll play him as a tight end, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Mate,
they just signed Detroit Legend.
Yeah, they signed Derek Ebron.
Detroit Legend. Yeah, as a Colts fan, you know what? They call him Mr. Butterfingers.
Mate, no one's ever going to knock the Steelers and how they've gone about picking wide receivers. Like, you just can't. No. But that is a surprise to me, because I had him down in my notes that he plays more like a tight end than he plays like a wide receiver.
I had him like a third-round guy. I had him like a late third, early fourth-round guy. But draft capital, man, when I go to do my rankings on Sunday, I'm going to be in a modified show because they're not making this easy.
No.
Mate, I'm thinking I have Mims at number 2.
Okay, I'm gonna call a timeout, Rick G. I'm gonna call a timeout. What if the Rams guys? What if the Rams take Dobbins they're up in 3 picks?
Ooh.
As the heir apparent to.
They need somebody.
Well, that's the 101.
Then, yeah. Oh, I would have. I mean, Dobbins to the Rams, I think, would break the internet. Forget a picture of Kim Kardashian's big. Forget about the picture of Kim Kardashian's big ol' ass. You put J.K. Dobbins in the City of Angels, the internet's going to go bananas.
Man. Well, Chicago's on the clock now. Then we've got Dallas. Then we've got the Rams.
Hey,
Chicago's not going to take the money back. Sorry, Rand. Who are the next 2 picks before LA?
I think Dallas and Chicago.
Well, there you go. So, yeah, there's a pretty good chance there's a very good chance that Dobbins is still going to be there, isn't there, at the Rams pick?
Yeah.
the Bears got a pretty good cornerback in Jalen Johnson. He's been projected as a guy that if he reaches his potential, he could be an All-Pro. He's a gamble, but he's a guy that a lot of prominent people really like. So interesting guy. Cowboys are on the clock.
There's a lot of good players still on the board, surprisingly. We've still got Mims on the board. Obviously, we've still got Dobbins
Obviously,
on
the
the
NFL
board.
doesn't think Mims is any good.
We've still got Zach Bourne. We've still got Ebenezer is still on the board.
Do you think Ebenezer's still on the board because he's sort of that one-trick pony?
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, if you're a team that's already got a dominant guy on one side, then
and you
Ebenezer
just have
would be perfect.
Yeah, and you just have him pushing whoever he's up against straight back into the quarterback. So the quarterback automatically moves to the other side.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you're Dallas, do you take Josh? Do you take Josh Jones here, the offensive tackle out of Houston? I mean, Texas boy. Your offensive line's not getting any younger. They've had some injury issues with Tyron Smith, the big left tackle.
That makes sense.
I know they need defense. I know they need defense, but I kind of wanted the Colts to take him where they took Mims, just because Anthony Costanzo only signed a 2-year deal. It'd be nice to start bringing in the future. So I'm just curious, and I think that could be the Rams pick too. As much as we're playing fantasy football on our heads.
Yeah, well, I think we are a little bit.
The Rams had the Pro Football Focus's offensive line number 31 last year. It was not good. Oof. And if that Jones kid falls to them, I could easily see that being the selection.
All right, so it says the pick is in for the Cowboys.
Well, I can't use my phone to see who's the best available. AJ or G, who's the best wide receivers available? Mims, who else?
I've got my page here. I've got my notes. I'm at work.
I'm the only person who can probably look it up. Just you keep talking, I'll tell you.
I'm trying. Well, obviously Mims is the number one for me. Who else did I have in mind?
Yeah, if I close my feed, I'll lose you guys.
I think AJ's looking it up as we speak. Who's still available at wide receiver?
AJ's a hell of a host. He's a hell of a host.
Yeah, it would have been good if he was there yesterday.
Thanks, Ray. I get love from someone.
I was recording my 4th podcast of the week, and then doing some editing. So we got a big mock draft coming up this weekend. If got some verbal confirmations today, so feeling really good. It'll be a group of heavy hitters.
Excellent. Obviously, we didn't. And that heavy hitters, maybe we just stand outside the door looking through the window, AJ.
I did think that Monday afternoon at 10 a.m. in Melbourne was the right time to invite you guys on for a mock draft, but I could be. I mean, I know your boss, G. He's a prick.
Yeah, he's still getting his coffee. He's been getting the coffee now for like an hour and a half. So I've been okay.
Well,
okay, so I'm wide receivers. There's still. Hey, what did you think of the?
Oh, there you go. Pete's got one. Brian Edwards.
Sorry, Brian Edwards. Thanks, Pete.
That's a good one.
That's mate. Yeah. I'm a massive fan of Brian Edwards.
I wouldn't let that guy wash my car.
Oh, dude, come on.
Well, you can get cheap.
Man, I love you.
That's why.
Like, the dude's tough as nails.
I'm teasing you a little bit. I think the lack of a pro day and the lack of ability to get medicals on him, and he's a senior wide receiver. I think that's a bad. Combination for draft capital for a guy. And I think you're going to need like an Darius Slayton type late. Trevon Diggs, cornerback out of Alabama. That's the Dallas pick. Trevon Diggs. Trayvon, can you dig it, sucker?
Well, they needed defense, didn't they?
Well,
Mate,
they lost Byron
I had a
Jones.
look, like Jerry was making the pick on his boat, right, yesterday. So I had to look up what 250 million US looks like, and let me tell you, it looks bloody good.
I'm going to come down there with you guys. You guys have less coronavirus than we do.
Just a little bit, mate. Just a little bit less.
Well, you Australians seem better at following directions.
Well, Jerry was following directions, but he's on his boat in the middle of the ocean. How far
The
away can he be?
Victorians do anyway.
Well, you know, when you tell Australians to follow directions, our first impulse is not to run out in the street with guns and go and bloody stand outside government buildings shouting, "Give us our freedom."
Well, I mean, but there's two sides to that. I'm not pro dressing up like George Washington with an AR-15 and standing out in front of a courthouse. I'm not that guy. But you got to understand, you're telling a free man in a free land that he can't, go to the park. It seems kind of counterintuitive to what he's experienced the first 39 years of his life. So
Mate,
that means that common sense that shouldn't.
If you inject something into you, what was it yesterday? No,
I think it's a Lysol.
Like, yeah, just get some of that. If you can cut yourself open and get some sunshine in there, you're okay. But now we haven't seen that before.
What? I am not a doctor, so this is not medical advice. But I can tell you that if you inject yourself with anything without a doctor's approval, you could be ending a lot of your problems. Like
he was being sarcastic yesterday when he said that, he reckons. Okay. No worries,
He was being sarcastic.
Oh, my God.
That's what he said. I was being sarcastic. I was being sarcastic for all you in the media here. Yeah, okay, whatever.
That's what happens when you elect a former reality TV show host.
Oh, well, mate, the age we live in. It's the age we live in.
He's telling the doctor in the press briefing to try heat and light.
Mate, did you look at the doctor, the female chick? She looks straight ahead. She wouldn't even look at him when he's talking to her. She's going, I'm having no part of anything that's coming out of his mouth right now.
I can tell you that I have heard reputable doctors say that vitamin D is a good attempt at a preventative. It's
Mate,
not
vitamin
vaccine,
D
it's not a
has
cure.
been for a lot of things for a lot of years.
It's good, just all
Correct.
round.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, but they're talking about I don't want to say a mega dose, but a significant dose. The doctor that I heard said in the neighborhood of 20,000 to 25,000 IUs, and that like a long holiday. I'll use your guys' word. As they win in Rome. And when you're on holiday, 3 days out in the sun can put like over 200,000 IUs into your skin.
Oh yeah.
And so they say that
just because we don't call it vacation, mate. Yeah, you made a movie called The Holiday.
I just saw Acres to the Rams. I don't know if that's true yet. Acres to the Rams.
Ooh,
Acres.
Where's the Dobbins?
Wow.
Oh my God!
I like Cam Akers.
As good old JR used to say in the WWE, business is about to pick up.
Oh, there you go,
Randy. Is that official? It's Acres.
I had a buddy put it in the in a group chat, so I don't have that official yet.
Okay, all right.
But as soon as I do, I will break that. But while I got you guys on the radio, let's book you crazy Australians on the Dynasty Warzone. Let's do that. We've had G on a few times. Got to get some AJ.
Sounds good.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, for sure, mate. You know me. Mate, just give me a call. I'm there.
Even when he's working.
Even when I'm working. I haven't worked for the last hour and a bit, so I've got to get to it. I'm going to get to it in a minute.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm waiting for this pick. I'm on pins and needles.
So this is the
What
Rams
I'm hoping
pick.
doesn't happen is
So
Yeah. I can't wait, man. These next few picks could be anything.
They could. So we've got the Rams, Eagles, and Bills. Oh, Randy's dropped out. Okay. All right. So Rams, Eagles, and Bills. Says the Rams pick is in right now. So we're just waiting to see.
Mate, I'm going to have to go quick because I've got to charge this phone. I'm down to 2%, AJ, and it's on the charger as well. It's just sucking it up. Sucking the back. I can feel my phone. It's hot.
Randy's back.
Yeah, my phone's hot too. And the Akers pick is official. Akers to LA official. Like a referee with a whistle. Yeah, it's official. So,
that's terrible. That's a terrible pick.
Business is picking a. No, he's 20 years old.
But
oh my God! You know, Dynasty Twitter's going crazy.
I don't mind Akers. I think I had Akers and Dobbins back to back. So to me, it's close.
Denzel Mims fallen. He's fallen from this. Listen, guys, I'm gonna get off of here. My phone's getting hot. My hand just fell asleep. I dropped my phone. And then the Eagles select Jalen Hurts.
Oh wow,
Jalen. No bullshit.
Why?
I wouldn't shit you, G. I wouldn't shit you. You're my favorite turd.
Is that holy dolly?
And then so Baltimore. I cannot believe this. I'm gonna set my phone down. Eagles take Hurts.
Wow.
I don't understand.
Mate, if you put before, my Twitter's gonna explode now.
Well, I guess when you think you have a championship roster, you got to have a good backup. All right, guys, you know I love you, but I'm going to make it to a few more picks. I'm extending this. I'm putting my phone down.
No worries.
I've got to find a way to prop my phone up because my hand hurts.
Yeah.
And,
you're good.
We'll scoot it back. I want to get to a couple more picks with you guys because, are you? Well, then I'm going to bail too. AJ, G, love you guys. You guys be good.
All right.
You too, man. See you, buddy.
Thanks, Randy.
Well,
all right.
I'm down to 1%, mate. So I'll have to drop off and just recharge this puppy. Even on the charger, it's just sucking the life out of my phone. I'll come back. So we've got a 2-rounder today, haven't we? So
yeah, we do.
I'll jump back in a bit later on. Are you going to be able to hold down the fort?
I'll hold down the fort, and maybe maybe the other guys, Ben or Neil, might jump on.
Yeah.
We'll see. Otherwise,
what about Dave? Dave said he's going to come on. Hey, if he's not working.
Yeah.
Dave, be at work.
He's listening right now. I don't know if he's at work. So anyway,
where's one of the fellas? Where's the fellas? Where's Kyle, Seth? Come on, help us out.
I don't know. The link I put on the thing. So anyway.
Yeah, chuck it out there. So, but anyway, that's Jeepers. Hurts. Like that, and Randy said you need a good backup if you're in the window, but mate,
second round.
Mate, you listen to most people talk about Jalen Hurts and he's not ready to play yet. So, I would have thought if you want a backup quarterback, you go and grab somebody that has had some years of experience, in the pros. But
Jalen Hurts. Hey, and I was watching. He did the mooch. They were showing it earlier. He did the Mariucci whiteboard room.
Yeah.
He seems like a pretty switched on guy. He's fairly confident, I would say.
Okay.
He's not lacking in the self-confidence area.
Well, my number 2 wide receiver just keeps falling and falling and falling.
He does.
So what pick are we at now? Sorry, what pick was that? Is that
so that was
21?
That was pick 53.
So what's 21. 21. Sorry, 21 in this round. Sorry.
Yes.
21
and,
first pick in the second round.
And next up is Buffalo, followed by Baltimore. So
this would be Buffalo's first pick. Mate, J.K. Dobbins could go to Buffalo. Nothing against Singletary, but they could do with someone else. I have no idea what their needs are, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree, Raven. Hurts he does seem pretty smart. He seems pretty good, and it feels like a waste behind Wentz. Like, really, you can.
No,
draft
I don't
back
get it. Maybe they know, maybe Wentz. I don't know. Well, look, mate, Wentz is there for the next couple of years anyway. So
Yep.
maybe they made him feel they made a mistake. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. Smarter people than me, they'll work that one out. But
look, Bills. It says the Bills pick is in. I'd be surprised if the Bills go running back here. That would be a big surprise. They could go wide receiver.
I'm still trying to get on. The Eagles go and grab Jalen Reagor. Great, okay. If you think he's worth that first round pick, where you at 20, what was it, 21 yesterday?
Yeah.
Man, I'm surprised they didn't go and get another wide receiver, because the wide receivers core is just, I don't think it improved that greatly getting Jalen Reagor. So
no, and I mean, who do they have? They got Alshon Jeffrey. They don't.
And that's
Nelson Aguilar left.
That's it. That's all they got.
Who else do they have?
No one.
No, well, they don't have no one.
They put up on the board yesterday. I can't remember, and I'm just looking at go, I don't know any of them.
Hang on, I'm looking on the depth chart while we're talking. Hang on a second.
Mate, people think the Jets' wide receiving core is rubbish. It's probably, they've got Jamison Crowder, and I'd take him if he could stay healthy.
Oh, I can tell you. So Alshon Jeffrey, all right, he's 1 foot out the door. Deshaun Jackson.
Mate, and the 1 foot that's out the door is usually in a bloody, a medical room.
Deshaun Jackson, yes. JJ Arcega-Whiteside, who's
are you really holding on to that one now, Deshaun Jackson?
Yeah, I know. Well, and now they've got Reagor, Greg Ward. They've got their wide receiver core is awful.
Yep.
Oof. Wow.
Anyway, smarter men than us, mate, are making picks. So.
Oh, sure, absolutely. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm just upset with my Mims. I hope he sticks it to him when he gets on and lands on a team. He comes with a chip on the shoulder, the old chip, mate. That's what you want. You want the chip.
That's right.
Like Claypool going before him is just fucking astounds me.
Yes. Yeah. I agree with you.
But mate, if you wanted Claypool to play that sort of tight endish sort of role,
yep,
mate, put another 10 pounds on him. Yeah, for hell yeah, mate. Good. Yeah, if you think like he's probably a better pick than some of these tight ends that are out there.
Yeah,
just swap him across. Fine, I get that, but if you got Ebron and then you go and pick up, who knows, mate? I don't know. I don't know, because it's not like he wouldn't think he'd get Claypool at that pick. If that was your pick in the second round for the Steelers all along,
yep.
Things might have changed because of who obviously who gets picked in front of him. But if that's who you went and got, why would you go and get Ebron? I suppose maybe just for insurance. But mate, I think you're pretty safe getting Claypool at in the second round there.
Yep. No, I agree with you. Mims is still there. Yes.
Mims
is still there.
Someone asked, is that? Yeah. So anyway,
so I'm just waiting on this Bills pick. If you have to plug in G, then go.
Yeah, I better head off, mate. So I'll let you go, and I'll come back to you later and see how you're traveling.
Cheers. I'll just hold the fort.
Yep.
Hopefully, Dave or Neil or
someone to jump on, help you out.
Yes, that'd be good.
Okay, mate. Okay, no problem. I'll speak to you soon, buddy.
Cheers, G. All right, catch you later.
Bye.
All righty, so the pick is in for the Bills. Let's see how we are looking here. Pick is in. I got no idea what direction they're going here, the Bills. Oh, Ebenezer. They went for Ebenezer. Yeah, I like the pick. Who is on that? All right, so Bills, I'm just loading up the depth chart to have a look at who they have there. Obviously, so they got Ed Oliver and Latulele in the middle, and then Jerry Hughes and Mario Addison on the outside, who are both getting on in age. So definitely an area of need there for them. And Ebenezer, as you heard me say earlier, I reckon he's a bit of a one-trick pony, but the trick is a good trick, right? So he is a absolute bull rusher, and he is pretty determined in his pursuit to the quarterback. And let's face it, with defensive end, isn't that what you want? I mean, I think I was a little bit spoiled watching Chase Young though, because when you watch Chase Young, he is going inside, spinning, going outside. He's lining up in 3-tech, 5-tech. It's like, what the hell? But Ebenezer, he is just, he does one thing. Yes, it is a nasty D line now. You're absolutely correct. I'm a big fan of Ed Oliver. I think he's really going to take a step up this year. And that's the thing, you put a defensive end next to a pretty good or a big presence in the middle, that can make all the difference. Yes, that is a nasty line now. Latulele and Ed Oliver in the center of it. Ebenezer on the outside, Jerry Hughes. Okay, so that is looking pretty good. So now we've got a pick in from the Ravens. The Ravens had Patrick Queen fall to them. The Seahawks whiffed, I reckon, on their linebacker pick in the first, and the Ravens got Patrick Queen at pick 28 in the first round, which is a fantastic pick. Big fan of Patrick Queen. The only thing I said earlier in the broadcast, I reckon he's a bit of a tweener, just a bit lighter than you'd maybe want, but he's fast and a great tackler. So anyway, we are going to see what the Ravens are going to do in a second. What do the Ravens need? I don't think I'd like to see a wide receiver land here. As much as I'm a big fan of Lamar Jackson, I don't think he's, from a fantasy perspective, I don't think he's the best quarterback for a wide receiver. So, running back is obviously something they can do. I'm a big fan of Justice Hill. He needs a bit of a compliment there. Mark Ingram is losing a step. Definitely saw him lose a step in the latter half of last year, even though he's been fantastic. So pick is in. Okay, we're still waiting on that. After the Ravens, let me get my... so I'm just looking at the ticker at the bottom here. So let's see. So this is pick 55 that we are up to. And we will see. And the Ravens as well have got a wide receiver that I'm a real big fan of, which is Miles Boykin, who didn't really get much of a chance to play last year. So they've still got him. They've still got him on the roster to add. But their wide receiver core, admittedly, is getting a little older. If I think of people like John Brown, but obviously they've got Marquise Brown. But Boykin's coming on, so that's okay. So I don't think that's really an area of need. You've got Mark Andrews. So, Ravens just saying Gus Edwards. Yeah, they do. Their running back room is not empty, but I just think, Ingram's probably not far away from being done. So we will see what they do here. All righty. So let's see. Just getting a recap of the round here at the bottom here. We had the Bengals taking T. Higgins, the Colts, Michael Pittman, then the Lions, DeAndre Swift, which is a bit of a shocker. The Giants, Xavier McKinney, great safety out of Alabama. The Patriots taking Kyle Duggar, another safety. That was a little bit of a shock to me. Panthers took Gross Matos. I'm a big fan of him. He steps into a good situation there. Dolphins picking a guard, Robert Hunt. The Texans taking Ross Blacklock, a D tackle. The Colts, Jonathan Taylor. Twitter exploded. Running back out of Wisconsin. The Jags taking Chenault, wide receiver. The Bears going with Cole Kmet. Someone tweeted before they got 10 tight ends in there on their depth chart at the moment. The Browns taking Grant Delpit, number 1 rated safety on many boards. The Bucks taking Anton Winfield Jr., who was actually my number 1 rated safety. The Broncos, KJ Hamler, another wide receiver. The Falcons taking Marlon Davidson, defensive end. Seahawks, Darrell Taylor, defensive end. A little bit of a head scratcher. The Steelers taking Chase Claypool, wide receiver / tight end. More a tight end. Bears taking Jalen Johnson, a cornerback. Cowboys, Trevon Diggs, a cornerback out of Alabama. The Rams taking Cam Akers, running back out of Florida State. The Eagles, Jalen Hurts. That's the head scratcher of the day so far. The Bills, Ebenezer, to add to their D-line. And now we've got the Ravens. They're going to be followed by the Finns, the Rams, the Vikings, the Jets, and the Ravens again. Titans, Packers, Chiefs, Seahawks, and that's the end of the round. So we're getting close. We're getting close to the end of the round. All right, we've got the selection from the Ravens, and it is, you might see it before. Oh, J.K. Dobbins goes to the Ravens. Oh, I wish I had you online, Randy and G, but you can react when you come back on. Dobbins goes to the Ravens. Wow. Ooh. Well, he's not going to be okay. He's going to come close to. I think Taylor's probably still your 101. Dobbins is going to come close. And the thing that might cause him to drop a little bit is the fact that you've still got Mark Ingram there. But wow, that is a fantastic pick. Wow. That suits exactly their needs, and that's brilliant. Yep, I like it. I like it. Okay. Well, the Dolphins pick is in, it says, for the Finns. Man, Finns coming to the podium quite a lot, obviously, in this draft. They got a ton of picks. Let's see where they go this time. But, yeah, Dobbins to the Ravens. So, there's a lot of interesting fantasy landing spots, I must say. So this is interesting. We had, obviously, Edwards-Helaire, end of the first. But now a few interesting ones into the mix. Yeah, Pete, you can jump in. Hang on, I can send you the link. Wait. Let me see. All right. Okay, we're still waiting on the Finns pick, and I will find you online, Pete, and I'll send you the link to join. Okay. All right, Pete, I've just given you the link so you can jump in. Okay, so pick is in for the Finns. Obviously, they had Tour at pick 5, Austin Jackson at pick 18. The offensive tackle, they had Noah Iggy, pick 30, the cornerback. Today, they picked Robert Hunt, the guard. And now they're up again. So pick 56. And Brian Flores looks pretty happy. I don't know what that means. Who knows? I mean, they've been on camera quite a bit, Flores and Greer, and they're going to still be on camera a lot before this thing is done. So, and they've got lots of areas of need. So who knows where they're going here? Obviously, running back is a possibility. They're putting up here, Mel Kiper says D-line, edge. So we will see. We will see. Wide receiver potentially. All right. Pick is in, it says. Yeah, O-line. Yep, potentially. Okay, here we go. The selection is Tell me, Roger. Raekwon Davis, D tackle out of Alabama. Don't know much about him, to be honest. 6'6" and 311 pounds. So, you know, he's a big boy. They're just showing us some films. So anyway, oh well, D tackle. Sounds pretty good. I'm just going to look up their depth chart and see who they have at the moment on their depth chart. So, oh, okay. Oh, well, Christian Wilkins, they drafted. I'm a massive fan of Christian Wilkins. On our lads, they've actually listed Christian Wilkins as an end. But I mean, I thought he was playing D tackle, and they've got Godchow at nose and Shaq Lawson on the other side. So, yeah, great. What I'm looking at here, great motor. So that's 5 picks. Tua, Austin Jackson, Noah Iggy, Robert Hunt, and Raekwon Davis now. So they've gone, all over the field, 3 offense, 2 defense. So they're spreading it pretty evenly around. But yeah, lots of areas of need, obviously. But yeah, looks like a decent selection. So the Rams are now the Rams pick is in fact. So this was the one which we thought might be Dobbins. Interesting to see where the Rams go with this one. Who knows? So they traded Brandon Cooks, so maybe wide receiver. So Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp. Obviously, their tight ends are pretty good. Running back is a need. I'm sorry, running back is not a need. They picked Cam Akers earlier. Oh, am I on the clock? Is that what's happening? Sorry, I'm in a startup draft. Well, it's a bit hard. But at least you can get hold of me to tell me I'm on the clock. So I wonder where the Rams are going to go with this. So yeah, they lost obviously Todd Gurley, Brandon Cooks, Dante Fowler. Yeah, wide receiver. I thought because of the loss of the trading of Cooks. So, all right, let me have a look. So, bear with me for a minute while I make a pick in my fantasy draft, which none of you care about. While we wait for the Rams pick to come up. We're in the 21st round of a startup. So let's see where the Rams go with this one. No, it's a complete startup. It doesn't include rookies, but it includes rookie picks. So we've been just picking rookie slots, and we were actually hoping to get it done before the NFL draft started, but it's about 40 rounds or so, and we're in round 21, so we're not really close. And one of the complicating factors is people in different time zones. So there's Aussies in it, there's people in the UK, there's Americans in it. So it's obviously, so it's all over the place, and that's kind of slowed us down a little bit. So that's been a little tricky. Pete, what's going on? Technical issues. Okay, all right. Might be on in a minute. Still saying Rams pick is in, so we're still waiting on that one. Yeah, IDP, including IDP, I should say. So pretty much full IDP starting roster. So, that's hence the 40 rounds. Who do I go here, though? I don't know. Okay, so they're listing for the Rams needs safety, D tackle, linebacker, cornerback. Zach Bourne's still on the board. Mims is still there. Josh Jones is still there, the tackle out of Houston. Zach Moss. I don't know why they're putting him up because they just took Akers, so it's probably unlikely they're going to go Moss. Adam Troutman. They don't need a tight end though. I don't know why they're putting that there. Okay, so let's see what the Rams do here. We will find out in just a second. All right. So we're seeing Sean McVay. Lots of comments on Twitter about Sean McVay's house. I'm presuming he's a single man. He very fairly neat and well manicured garden and entertaining area. So we've got Les Snead. We can see Sean McVay. McVay's on the phone. I wonder if he's on the phone to whoever they've picked. It's possible. So the pick is in. Roger Goodell's on the screen. All right. You might be seeing this before I am. The selection is Van Jefferson. G. Need to get you on to chat. Van Jefferson is one of G's favorites, actually. Wide receiver out of Florida. It goes to the Rams. There you go. So it is a wide receiver. Very nice. His father, Sean, was an NFL wide receiver for 13 seasons, is currently a wide receiver coach for the Jets, believe it or not. Sean Jefferson. Yeah, there we go. Van Jefferson. Okay. I'm just going to... Sorry, I'm just going to make a pick in my fantasy draft and then come back to it. So Vikings are on the clock. Oh, did they move up? I don't know. Okay, alrighty. Okay, yeah, Van Jefferson. Oh, did he? His dad played for San Diego. Okay, so let me go with yeah, not sure about that. Maybe. Yep, I would have to check. Okay. Oh well, Vikings on the clock here. Obviously, the Vikes going with Justin Jefferson. Yeah, Justin Jefferson in the first. Speaking of Jeffersons, I don't want to get them confused. So the Rams have got Cam Akers and Van Jefferson. So they've gone offense. Yeah, the Jets wide receiver coach. Yeah, so the Vikings went wide receiver in the first. They had a couple of picks in the first, though, didn't they? Someone might have to tell me. So we're looking at Mike Zimmer, the Zimmer household. He's obviously a bit of a hunter. He's got lots of... it's interesting seeing inside some of their houses. He's obviously got some big trophies on his wall there. Okay, Minnesota selection is in. And where are they going this time? They are going with Ezra Cleveland, tackle out of Boise State. Okay. He looks like a big lad. They've just got him on the camera now. His mum and sister or girlfriend congratulating him. Yeah, 6'6", 311 pounds. Yep, he is a fairly big boy. So Ezra Cleveland. So the Jets will be on the clock now. Yeah, big fire. Yeah, the Zimmer fireplace. I think it actually has like a logo and it says like Zimmer Lodge or something on it. It's kind of an impressive lounge and fireplace. Yeah, he is huge, this Ezra Cleveland kid. Okay, so we now have the Jets. The Jets, who knows what the Jets are going to do. Their roster is up in the air completely. They lost Robbie Anderson, obviously, this offseason. Let me just load up their depth chart. Let's have a look. Their wide receivers are pretty patchy. Brashad Perriman, who came on a bit, to be honest, didn't he? Jamison Crowder, Quincy Enunwa. But, it's kind of just a mix of... They certainly don't have a number one wide receiver, and they're not getting one here. But they don't. I mean, maybe they go Mims. It'd be a good pick for them. It would make sense. Obviously, they don't need tight end unless they're a little bit worried about Chris Herndon, who obviously he's someone who could step up this year, but he's been a little bit had discipline issues with him. Lev Bell, maybe they could add to the backfield. That's a possibility. Probably not a probability. Their linebacker core, CJ Mosley was injured last year. They get him back, obviously. Avery Williamson was injured last year, and they'll have him back. So I don't know if they need Blake Cashman. They picked last year, so I don't think they need a linebacker. There's been some discussion about Jamal Adams, but their defensive backfield, maybe corner. Their cornerback group doesn't look particularly good. And maybe edge. That looks like a bit of a need. Quinn and Williams on one side and Henry Anderson on the other. So, yeah. And in the middle even, they've got their nose tackle, maybe all along that D-line. So it could be a D-line pick coming up here. Yeah, they do. They could do with Mims. That's absolutely true. I think they might actually go D-line here. It looks like that might be a bigger area of need. Let's see. But they could, Mims, if Mims goes into that wide receiver room, he could be the number one wide receiver in a short period of time. Yeah, Perriman is talented. It's taken a while for the lights to turn on, but just like Devontae Parker, they were in the same draft class. The light sort of has turned on a little bit. So let's see what happens. All right. Okay. I'm just going to make a pick in my rookie draft here because I'm holding people up. So let's go with Adrian Amos, safety out of Green Bay. There we go. Done. All right. Okay. So it's saying the pick is in. So we're just waiting for the telecast to go back and we'll see what the Jets have picked and where they've gone with this. All right. Well, Mims wouldn't surprise me here at all. That might be odds on, actually. Mims might be odds on. If they go edge, maybe Zach Bourne. Yep. No, cheers. I was just conscious of people blowing my phone up saying, hey, you're on the clock, dude. So anyway, that's all done. All right. Oh, hey. One of my league mates. Yeah, pick is in. All right. So the Jets pick is in. I think I've got Pete Randall coming on the line in a second, so we might get him on once this pick drops. So best available wide receivers: Mims, Duvernay, Antonio Gibson, Brian Edwards, Lynn Bowden. So there's quite a few receivers there. Mims, obviously, I think would be odds on. Baltimore next, followed by Tennessee. I'd love to see Mims go to Tennessee. That would be fantastic. All right. They're showing Denzel Mims relaxing in his lounge. He looks pretty chill. Pete, can you hear me? We've got Adam Gase and Joe Douglas, the Jets Brains Trust. And no, that's not a contradiction. Adam Gase come under a lot of scrutiny, obviously, and Joe Douglas, the GM. So they'd want to make this pick count. So let's see where they go here. Hey, Pete, how you doing? Can you hear me? I think you might be having some technical issues. All right. Let's see. I'll just drop you out of the feed for a minute, Pete. I'll give you a minute. Okay, so we're back to Roger Goodell in his basement. Let's see how. Come on, get on with it. Get on with it, Roger. Drop the pick for us. The pick is Denzel Mims. It is. And we're going to Denzel Mims in he he just put his hand on his face. Did you see the pic? I hope he was just wiping his face. It doesn't. Sometimes it's funny. You go to these guys, and you don't know if they're like actually reacting. Sometimes they just sit there, and you think, have they just not got the news yet? Surely they're seeing the feed. The Ravens are on the clock, by the way. They got obviously Patrick Queen in the first and Dobbins in the second. Man, the Ravens are having a good draft. They are having a damn good draft, the Ravens. They've traded the pick to the Patriots. The Ravens were on the clock. The Patriots are now on the clock. So Patriots move up here. We'll come back to Denzel Mims when G's comes up. Pete, how you doing? Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, sorry. I and then tried to download the wrong program.
Oh, no worries. All good. All good. How you doing?
Yeah, pretty good.
Good. Now, who's your team, Pete? I can't recall who you follow.
The Broncos with sympathy for the Colts. Not sympathy. I like the Colts second.
Nice. So you're happy with the Broncos draft? So
yeah, I missed today's. Oh yeah, so we just got 2 wide receivers. I like the first one. I would have preferred a cornerback maybe.
Yeah, the second one was a little bit curious. Obviously, Jerry Jeudy is a fantastic pick, and that makes the offense look great. I think that the one today was a bit of a head scratcher. So we'll just have to see.
But he's really fast, isn't he? Like I thought he was one of the fastest.
Yeah, I believe so. So they obviously have a bit of a plan. So Sutton and Jeudy are no slouches, but anyway, so the Patriots they've traded up and they've gone to have you got the Game Pass feed, Pete? What
I'm just on NFL.com.
Oh, it's NFL.com. So they're showing they've got a live feed to Bill Belichick's, it looks like his kitchen table. Yeah. So, we got Sean McVay in his bachelor hangout.
And the super yacht.
Yeah, the super yacht. And Bill Belichick, and he wasn't even there. They just had a picture of a computer on like a kitchen table.
Yeah.
And anyway, it says the pick is in. They've put up a stat that their age on offense and defense, their average age is both the oldest in the NFL in New England.
Wow.
And that's even after getting leave with Tom Brady leaving.
Yeah, and Gronk's young.
That's right. So, let's see what they've gone with an outside linebacker, Josh Uche. Yeah, he's a nice pick.
Yeah,
it's a nice pick.
He was mocked fairly high.
Yes, and linebacker was a definite need for the Patriots.
Sent them all to Detroit and Miami.
So yeah, it's a good pick. It's a good pick by the Patriots here. Titans are on the clock. Titans are on the clock. I frankly would have liked to see Mims in Tennessee, but that's not going to happen now. So
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see who lands in Tennessee. Yes, Josh Uche, 6'1", 245 pounds. He played with his hand in the dirt quite a lot. So, but they kind of need, and also the New England defense does tend to play that way a bit.
Yeah.
So he's a good fit. I think he's a good fit for New England.
I missed the Dobbins to Baltimore. That's sweet.
Oh, poof. Wow, it is. From a fantasy perspective, he's probably not going to be starting straight away. But it's a fantastic pick.
I don't think any of them will start year one. Everybody, no. CEH, but he might not start for half a season. Or...
Maybe not. Yeah. Maybe not. Is that true, Andrew? Yeah, I think Bill just likes to be a contrarian. Snub his nose at the NFL a bit.
There's a lot of wood paneling in all their houses.
Some of their curtain choices are very interesting. And there he is. Bill's on camera now. He's actually decided to, maybe he doesn't realize the feed's back on. And he's dressed pretty like some GMs and coaches you see dressed pretty snappily. Bill just looks like it's just it's Saturday. He's got up, it's brunch, and there's the kitchen table. He's got his jeans and a cardi on, and he's just whatever.
Yeah, it's fun. I think Kingsbury has the flashiest pad.
Yeah.
Super yacht.
Well, if he's a single man, he's putting it to good use, I think.
Yeah.
It certainly looked that way.
And Gruden didn't look like he was at home. He looked like he was in the office. But it could have been his home, just a big lounge room.
Yeah, it could have been a home office. It's actually kind of interesting seeing a lot of the a lot of families and things. You often don't see them because you often see draft war rooms. So you don't see the kids and the wives, and also with the players you sometimes do, but often the players in the green room. But we're seeing a lot of families, mums, dads, sisters, girlfriends. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
And there would have been probably, it's weird having, a different world, not being able to have everybody you want around.
Yes.
I think the number one pick, that was sort of such a played affair, like him and his mum on the couch. Yeah. Oh, okay. No real celebration, just I got a text message. I'm good. I'm number one.
Yeah. I know. It was just no real reaction at all. We're kind of seeing that a little bit with a lot of these. I think that's something that we're kind of losing in the fact that it's all remote, is the reactions. Yeah. They all seem quite muted, and you sort of sometimes see them and you don't know if they've got the news yet. It feels like it's delayed.
I think Kinlaw's dad fell off his chair. That was fun.
Yeah. That was very good. Yeah. They're just saying here the Titans allowed NFL worst 1 sack every 9 pass plays.
Wow, that's not good.
So they might be going O-line. Admittedly, O-line is a fairly deep position in this draft. Still available, Josh Jones, the tackle out of Houston.
But I think they took someone in the first, didn't they? O-lineman.
Yes.
So
they did. Yeah, they did. You're right, Pete. You're right. So and I'm a big fan of Tannehill. I think that he I can mute you for a minute if you like. Yep. Is it all right?
Sorry about that.
That's all right. A big fan of Tannehill. I think that giving him a contract and his performance, it was justified. I mean, they got to the championship game.
Yeah.
And if they're adding to the O-line, then I think that bodes extremely well.
Yep.
You've got obviously Derrick Henry, Ryan Tannehill. The receiving core is amazing. AJ Brown looked amazing last year. So
Yeah.
Corey Davis has been a disappointment, but look, there's time still. There's still Corey Davis believers out there. So
yeah, and I think he would have practiced a lot with Mariota, and then he didn't, and then Tannehill got to throw the other guy.
Yeah, well, that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. So we'll see. And so I don't know if this is, line looks like it might be odds on another O-line pick here.
Yeah.
Roger
So now Green.
Yep.
And Green Bay's next.
Green Bay is next. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
So they need a punter.
Oh, they went cornerback. Christian Fulton, cornerback out of LSU, has gone to the Titans. Certainly an area of need for them. So that's a decent pick. I mean, they'd already picked a lineman, as you said. So, did they go back to back? No, they didn't. Well, they went corner.
Yeah. Because they got rid of they may have gotten rid of their star cornerback. What's his name? The guy who hasn't re-signed that won everybody IDP championships last year.
Yes. Oh, who was it? If I go to the depth chart, that's not going to tell me because he didn't sign, did he?
Oh, he'll be down the bottom.
Titans. It was. Well, it's saying Adoree Jackson and Malcolm Butler as their current corners. No,
Yeah.
I know who you mean. I can't remember who the name. Okay. So Green Bay on the clock. Obviously that pick was like the shock of the first round.
Yeah.
Jordan Love, who's pretty polarizing. Some people sort of see him as being someone who's got a lot of potential, but he's raw as all get out.
Yeah.
Green Bay's on the clock, G.
Hey, how are you guys? I'm not being right. Just got to eat as well. So all that talking in the first hour and a half made me hungry.
Yeah. It was Logan Ryan.
Logan, you got it. Thanks, Pete.
I think he was second top rated IDP person in some leagues.
Yep. G.
Yes.
Denzel
what have I missed?
Denzel
Where'd it go?
Jets.
Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? Really?
It does. It makes a lot of sense. He could potentially be the number one wide receiver there in time, I reckon.
Well, look, without a doubt, probably as far as a fantasy point of view goes, it's probably not the best landing spot for him, to be honest.
Yep.
He's gonna see the number one coverage probably straight away out of the book. So out of the gate, whatever the saying is. But
yep.
Probably there was a few other spots I'd rather him to go, but young quarterback, young receiver. Why not? Yeah.
Okay. We might have another receiver dropping here. We've got Green Bay. Pickers in from the Packers.
Brian Edwards, please.
And
another Brian Edwards fan.
Oh,
yeah.
AJ Dillon.
No, another running back.
Yes.
What do they need a running back for?
They don't need a running back.
They don't.
This is terrible.
I don't get that pick. And AJ Dillon's not even a good running back.
So somebody said that Aaron Rodgers is the most underserved quarterback in history.
Mate, people talk about Tom Brady and what he hasn't to throw to. Mate, I reckon Aaron Rodgers for the past since Jordy Nelson left, mate, he's had nothing to throw to.
No. This is a terrible pick.
I don't get it, mate. Like, the guy can't pass block to save his life. Like that's one of the things that stood out to me the most is someone that big. And look, mate, he's a bowling ball running.
Yeah.
But when you see him pass block, mate, he gets just run over. I'm thinking, dude, where's that size? Where's that strength you're meant to have?
Well,
Just,
Jamal Williams is a good pass blocker, G. They've got a guy.
Yeah. I don't get it.
I don't
You
get
know. So it's just that's bizarre. That's bizarre.
I don't think this affects Aaron Jones because they often will split Aaron Jones and Jamal Williams, but it does affect Jamal Williams. I just feel like why did you need to pick a guy because you had a guy?
Yeah.
You know.
What's Aaron Jones like as a pass blocker?
Aaron Jones is not good.
Okay. Well, you just picked up another guy that's not good, and can't run between the tackles either.
No.
All right.
Maybe they're just trying to get Aaron Rodgers so angry that he storms out, waives his contract, and they save 20 million.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. We've got our backup quarterback. Let's see how we can really fucking piss him off now. This is how we're going to really piss him off.
If he sets fire to the coach's car, they can be like, "You're out."
Well, listen, we go from a team.
What else have I
clueless.
missed out, AJ? Sorry? What have I missed out? Who else? Like on the offensive line, any the offensive side of the ball that I've missed?
Oh yeah, you've missed Dobbins. Dobbins went to the Ravens.
Ooh, I like.
Yeah. I know. The only thing I said about that is that he's probably not fantasy relevant straight away. But
not with Mark Ingram there at the moment. No.
But
They'll probably break up that backfield. But as we've already spoken yesterday and already today, mate, they beat the number 2 average running team on yards per game by almost 50.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
now
did you hear Jalen? Oh, so you go.
Yeah,
but then I was going to say, then again, I don't know if that was running backs or just running per game. So 150 of those yards were probably made up by the quarterback.
Yeah.
By Lamar Jackson. He was 150 those average 200 yards. So that's probably a bit skewed what I've been saying. Come to think of it.
We just go here from a team that has been totally clueless in Green Bay to a team that I think is very good at drafting. Clearly, Brett Veach, the GM, and Andy Reid, the Chiefs are on the clock. So
who do you think the Ravens seem to do it all the time, don't they?
Draft well
when it comes to draft day?
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
And they've done it again so far with the picks that they've had so far. Yeah, Andy Reid. So what pick are we at now? Is this the last pick of the second round?
No, this
second
is
last, 31st.
Okay.
Second last. Yep, second last.
They might go black block. One of the DTs.
Yeah, that's possible. I'm just trying to think who they says their team needs a cornerback, center, guard, DT, and edge.
They need defense.
They do need defense. Heaven knows why. Because
just give another offensive player. Just totally. Mate, let's see if we can put up an average of 50 points a game for the whole season. Screw it.
It'd be nice.
Let's go for record.
Someone you could put opposite Frank Clark, because in the middle they got Nardi and Chris Jones. Chris Jones is one of the best nose tackles in the league, or D tackles. Okafor on the other edge is a bit soft, so
Is what's his name still there? Sorry, AJ. His name. I don't know why his name keeps slipping out of Ohio State. Defensive.
They went inside linebacker. They went Willie Gay Jr. Now this is a guy who, he was very, very good. They're just putting it up here. Suspended 8 games for academic violations, and he punched out the backup quarterback
Well,
Yeah.
In practice. It was in practice.
Oh wow.
But
Mate-
he is really good. If without the disciplinary issues, he would have been much higher up the board. He's very, very good. He's very, very good. And there's a lot of opportunity in the middle of that KCD. As you said, G, their defenses, apart from Chris Jones,
Andy Reid picked Andy Reid guy too, isn't he? Someone who's no one else seems to, he's got a few off field.
well, and I think Andy Reid has kind of already shown, like with Tyreek. I guess yes and no. There's been ups and downs, haven't there? But they're happy to take guys on, aren't they? And kind of, I can imagine Andy Reid being a bit like a father figure to some of these kids.
And let's face it, too. You come to an organisation now that has just won a Super Bowl. The future is seriously so bright there for years and years to come. Mate, aren't you gonna put your head down and put your bum up and work your ass off just so you're part of what could be the next dynasty in the NFL?
Absolutely.
You like to think that, that's the thought process anyway of guys coming in.
Yes.
A bit different if you're getting picked up by Jacksonville at the moment. You don't know what the hell you're getting yourself into.
Or the Jets. Yep.
Or the Jets. Yeah.
Now, Raven's asking if we're going to be on tomorrow. I'm not sure. Tomorrow it starts a lot earlier too for us, G.
Yeah, it depends what time, but mate, I'm not doing much work today so far, so I got to put in one day over the weekend anyway.
I know. We'll have to see.
No.
Okay.
So anybody else that I've met? Like, I'm really interested to do tomorrow because there's going to be
some later guys.
Yeah, we're going to get to the guys that I've that I like that. Obviously not number one, or they could be like a number two guys on your teams. Some good wide receivers that people are overlooking because of injuries or whatnot.
I'll give you a recap, G. It's just that I'm watching the ticker at the bottom of the thing. Yep. Now your boy Van Jefferson got picked.
Yeah. Thank you. Day 2 pick.
But I'm just trying to remember where he went now. I'm just waiting for the ticker to catch up. Hang on, I'll tell you. So let's see. We've got
all good, mate. Hang in there, mate. Hang in there.
Broncos Hamler. You were here for that. The Falcons, Marlon Davidson.
Get back on if you can, mate. Get back on if you can, Pete.
Seahawks, Darrell Taylor, D end at pick 48. Then we had the Steelers picking Chase Claypool, the wide receiver / tight end. Then we had the Bears picking Jalen Johnson, cornerback out of Utah. Cowboys went Trevon Diggs, cornerback.
Yep.
The Rams went with Cam Akers.
That's right. Yep. I think that's where I left you.
You were still here. The Eagles went with Jalen Hurts. I don't think you saw that.
That's right. No, that was the last one, mate, just before I left. Trying to wonder what the hell they're doing.
Yeah, the Bills went with Ebenezer. That's a nice
that's what I think of it. Oh, mate, yeah.
Ravens went J.K. Dobbins, which is awesome. The Dolphins went Raekwon Davis, a D tackle. The Rams, Van Jefferson.
Yeah,
well, they lost Cooks, remember?
Yeah, but different role. No, different role.
I know it's a different role, but
Cooks is a bit of a deeper guy. Van Jefferson's definitely he's a slot guy every day of the week.
Yep, Mims I told you about already. The Packers picked AJ Dillon.
I don't get the Van Jefferson one. Sorry, mate. Just go back to.
Yeah, that's all right. Look, you've got a better idea because you're the one who's really. Don't worry, Pete. It's all good. If you jump back on later, if you like, that'd be cool. Van Jefferson. You're the one who's got the better idea because you've really watched him.
Yeah, I think he's almost like one of the most uncoverable guys off the line. Like his footwork, change of direction off the line, just the way he's able to fool corners. But yeah, he's not a burner at all. So that's just unusual with It's just an unusual pick to put him there. I don't know.
Hmm.
I would have thought he would have been better with you already got like a couple of guys out, you play out wide on each side, and he takes the middle of the field. So, all right.
Well, you've got Cooper Cup there, so that ain't happening.
Well, that's why I'm a little bit confounded by why they took Van Jefferson. But the thing is too, what made when Goff was good is 2 years ago when he got the ball out quickly. He got it. He was told don't pass it to guys unless they have like a certain amount of distance between them and the trailing corner.
Yep.
And it really worked really well for them. So maybe they're sort of going, well, that's what we need. We need a guy that can get short area separation.
Yep.
Get the ball out of Goff's hands quickly. And that's what they've got in Van Jefferson. Whether or not Matt Waldman agrees with me when we had him on, that's fine. That's cool. Like we always said, mate, his process is like second to none. But that's just what my eye sees. So I think if that's what they're looking at doing, if Sean McVay's looking at getting the ball back out of Goff's hands quickly, he's a perfect guy for that spot.
Yeah. The Panthers traded up. The Seahawks were on the clock. The Panthers traded up to get Jeremy Chin, safety out of Southern Illinois.
Mate, well, you're a bit of a rat for him, Chin.
No.
He's
all right. He's all right. No,
He's
not
okay.
so much. Not so much.
Okay.
At this point, though, I mean, because you've got all the big safeties already gone, and safety is not a deep class in this draft.
Yep.
So this is the start of round 3 now, and we've got the.
How's the defensive players left on the board looking from your point of view?
Zach Bourne is still there. I'm fairly sure.
Okay, really?
Yes, I'm fairly sure he is. I'm trying to think who else is still available. Let's see. In terms of pass rushes,
So I'm just eating my orange, mate. Get my vitamin C. No vitamin D, according to Randy. I should be eating more. I don't know what you get vitamin D from besides the sun, and tablets.
I think it's just the sun.
Just the sun, is it? So
yeah,
food doesn't have vitamin D? Maybe it doesn't. I have no idea.
Troy Dye is a linebacker I really like. He's still available. The Bengals have gone with Logan Wilson, who's an inside linebacker out of Wyoming. Okay. Yeah, he's good. I like Troy Dye a little bit more than Wilson. And Malik Harrison I like more too. But anyway,
I think I saw with Wilson when I was doing the just going through on YouTube looking for some footage on whatever guy it was, that you get the selection down the right hand side that you can go and they give you suggestions because this is what you're looking up. And Wilson's name was one of them. I think they put him as something like the biggest hitter that no one's talking about.
Oh, really?
At linebacker. Yeah. But if you look at all those things, everybody's absolutely, no one's talking about these people, and they probably won't even get drafted and you ever hear from them again. But mate, they're the most, the guy that no one's talking about. There's a reason for that.
Oh yeah. Now the picks should come. Thick and fast now. So Redskins pick is in, because the clock shortens. I think in the third, doesn't it? It definitely does day 3. It's pretty short.
It does, yeah.
Day 3.
Well, it doesn't take it that long on day 3. Sometimes they pick up a dart and throw it at the board, does it?
No, exactly.
No,
exactly.
Hey, so don't forget Tom Brady came from day 3. Do people realise that?
I don't think anyone's heard that before, G.
God.
So Zach Bourne is available here for the Redskins, potentially. Let's see where they go. They already got Chase Young, obviously. Zach Bourne would be a nice addition here. Oh, they go for Antonio Gibson, wide receiver. G.
The tweener. Okay.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like a kick returner. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a running back, wide receiver, sort of
Oh, yeah,
that. You know that. I don't know, mate. Those jack of all trade guys don't seem to make it. I don't think, do they?
No.
Like who was? I can't remember who was the offensive. They called him the offensive weapon.
Tavon Austin, you're thinking?
No, it wasn't Tavon Austin. I can't remember. It was probably 4 years ago now.
Cordarrelle
No,
Patterson.
before their time.
Um,
It wouldn't be, and no, it would have been after Tavon Austin because he's been in the league for 8 years. So,
yes.
well, he's coming into his 8th year.
So
I
that's
can't
their
remember.
second. That's their second pick because they had Chase Young, obviously, and now
Yep.
this was their second pick, and they pick Antonio Gibson.
Okay. Maybe they feel he can do a few different things, and that
Raven
sort of
says
covers.
Darren Sproles.
Sorry.
Darren Sproles, Raven said.
No. Sorry, Raven. No. Mate, no. Mate, Darren Sproles is like he's one of those. Darren Sproles is one of those. You know, what is he? 5'6"? I have no idea. Like, sure.
Yeah.
But he's got that dynamic burst and fleet of foot quickness about him. And a real mother effer. With the ball in his hand for a guy his size. He's a pit bull.
How long he remained
and
in the league.
Gibson's not that.
Right. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Lions
they're
are on the
looking
clock.
for that.
Lions are on the clock. They could go tight end here, perhaps.
Yep.
I'm joking. I'm just ragging on you, Lions.
No, that's what, mate. No, don't get me fired up on the top. Has any more tight ends gone off the board? Probably not. No.
No, there was just
No.
that guy who's like the wide receiver / tight end dude. Who was that I said?
Oh, Claypool.
Was it Claypool?
Claypool went to the Steelers.
Yes, that's him. Yes, Claypool.
Yeah.
So the Lions.
Oh yeah, no, we know about we spoke about Komet, but I know who AJ was talking about. Yeah, but Komet. Yeah, okay. Don't get me started. Randy was upsetting me today already. Like, is that so? You draft a guy there to be a blocker? Is that what you're telling me? And let me, mate, if you want a blocker out of this class, you go and get buddy, Randy Young's,
Randy Moss.
Randy Moss. Sorry, yeah, Randy Young. I don't know what the hell.
Randy Moss is.
I'm thinking Randy you're talking to. You go and get Randy Moss if you want someone who's going to lay a tattoo on somebody.
Yeah.
That's who you go and get if you want a blocker.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of other really good blockers in this in the class as well that that are just as good and far more athletic and better down the field and don't run like they've got a pole shoved up their backside and a pole down each of their legs and look really stiff through the hips and everything. Okay.
Yeah.
But then again, I must admit, if you go and really look at Gronk, mate, Gronk didn't have the most athletic run about him when he moved.
No, not at all.
He looked a bit stiff, mate, but Jesus, mate, he was just incredible. Like, I don't see anybody in this. I was trying to look for guys that truck guys when they've got the ball, and I don't see any of the guys in this tight end class that do that. Not at the level that he did that. No way. And I know we're comparing him to the greatest tight end, arguably the best tight end of all time. You sort of look for little traits like that in some guys. Like, do they have a little bit of this? Do they have a little bit of that? Of the better guys that we've seen. Sorry.
Yeah, Lions pick is in, and obviously they went with DeAndre Swift
in the second. Yep.
So we are.
I'm looking forward to getting Jerry's tweets come across the top of my screen here to see what he says about this.
their defense was horrible, obviously.
Yep.
So are they going to go defense here? That would make some sense.
At what position do they need, AJ? Everything? Anything?
They've gone Julian Okwara, outside linebacker, out of Notre Dame. Again, not bad. Not bad. It's an area of need. They definitely need defense.
So who's that on the board? Is that the Giants on the board now? Because I'm only going by the day one roster, and things have changed because there's been,
No, we've got the Jets. We've got the Jets on the board. Obviously, they took Mekhi Becton in the first, and which is a good pick, and they got Denzel Mims. So they've actually drafted, it seems, pretty well so far. So we'll see where they go with this pick.
Okay. How come every time someone calls me, I lose the speaker on my phone, so I've got to plug my phone in.
What do you mean every time you get a text?
Pull the headphone, put this thing in, whatever this, the jack, in my phone.
Yeah.
Pull it out, and then my speaker comes back on. Bloody Samsung.
I thought you were going to say, okay. Well, Jets. Zach Bourne is available. Josh Jones, the tackle out of Houston, is still available. Zach Moss, the running back out of Utah. Jets.
No.
Running back, though.
No.
Adam Troutman. They don't really need a tight end either.
No, please. What are they? Are they like the best picks available? Is that going across the bottom of the screen?
Yeah, that's Mel Pick's best available. Yes.
Yeah, no. Yeah, okay. So I think to me, Troutman and Cole Kmet they just seem, maybe it's just everybody else knows something, but they just seem to be the consensus 1 and 2. Troutman looks fantastic, mate. And we spoke about this when we did the podcast, and when you put up the highlight, mate, the guys he's playing against are are like, 5'10", probably weigh 170 pounds, wringing wet. And you've got like a 6'5", whatever he is, 6'6" monster run. Of course, he's going to look absolutely fantastic. He should. He should absolutely dominate.
They went Ashton Davis, safety out of
When I
California.
mentioned that, I was saying he was already drafted. Gee, I asked if the tight ends will take. Yeah. No worries. Yeah, I get that. That's cool. Yeah.
That's all right. Sorry, Justin.
Thank you.
So, Seahawks now on the clock. Actually, pick is in. And the Seahawks picks so far have not been impressive. So, I was going to say, was it Jaden Davies or something in the first, the linebacker, and then a defensive end in the second. Again, I was thinking Darrell Henderson.
Is that they would have picked that because he's gone. Do you think? They're not going to pay Clowney, are they?
Oh, potentially. But, they did pick a defensive end in the first round last year, LJ Collier.
Yeah. How'd that work out?
No good. Well, but they did sign Clowney, though. So,
Yeah, but was that a 1 year thing? I don't know.
Clowney, well,
yeah,
maybe.
Because he's asking for coin, isn't he?
We just haven't seen LJ Collier yet, really. So I think he's someone who could step up. So we'll see.
Okay.
So Seahawks, this could be anything, literally anything. I haven't been really impressed with their picks so far, so who knows? Adam Gase is there in his lounge room with his 3 kids. One of them's got a Rubik's Cube. Playing with a Rubik's Cube. So
I was going to say, I don't want to have a go at Adam Gase.
No. He gets enough stick, really.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're looking at Pete Carroll.
There's probably Jets supporters that wish that he was the Will Smith character in the cab in the, I don't know what the hell that movie was. Where he does the Rubik's Cube. Never seen one before. He goes, I give this a go. See if I have it finished by the time you get out of the car.
Right.
I don't know if you've seen that movie. I can't remember what
yeah.
the movie's called.
Yeah. Damian Lewis, guard out of LSU, they picked.
Okay.
I don't know much about him. So
No.
anyway, he's a guard. That's a fine pick. I've no problem with that. I just don't know what he's like. No idea. But that Seahawks O-line wasn't particularly pretty good. It wasn't particularly very good, was it?
I don't know much of the line play because either Russell Wilson throws the ball or he
runs.
He moves anyway, moves out of the pocket. But I think that's just part of his gig.
Yep. Okay, Finns are on the clock again. This will be their fourth pick now. So today they picked Raekwon Davis, D tackle.
Yep.
The Seahawks picks Jordan Brooks and Darrell Taylor. So I'm not a fan of either of those picks really. So anyway, they just added a guard. All right. We will see. They're all John Schneider family. They're all clapping, congratulating themselves.
No way.
Good on you. Whatever.
Hey.
Okay.
What's Schneider's house look like? Is he giving it the Is he giving it like that? He'd have a cracking house, wouldn't he?
Not from that angle. It just looked pretty standard.
Okay.
It looked pretty standard. Yeah.
Mate, who's Karate Kid is he? Only Jaden Smith movie I remember. No, not Jaden Smith. His old man. Will Smith. That movie he was in. Can't remember. He's really smart. Couldn't get a job. His son was, I don't know, they're living in toilets. I can't remember the movie. I didn't watch it. I just saw that part.
Oh, yeah, I know which one you mean. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, I can't think of it either. I was going to say A Beautiful Mind, but that was the one with Russell Crowe. But
it's something like that, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something like.
Yeah, I'm not a Will Smith fan, so I don't really get into his. Men in Black was about the only one.
Right.
He
does that sort of film very well.
He does do that film, yeah. Oh, mate, I don't think he just doesn't do it for me, and I can't stand his son. Son's a pain in the ass. Every movie he's in is a pain in the ass.
Yeah. His son is, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Did you watch that Earth, what was it called? Earth 2 or New Earth, or what was that called?
Oh, the one that both of them in, the Scientology movie?
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Oh, there you go. Andrew's got it. Pursuit of Happiness.
Well done. Thanks, Andrew. Yeah.
Well done. Yes. Pursuit of Happiness.
Yeah.
No, that it was a M. Night Shyamalan movie. It's like Will Smith is he dead? I can't remember.
Hold on. Is it the one with his son in it? And they land on Earth.
Yes.
It's a bloody Scientology-based movie.
Will Smith is just like a hologram or something, trying to talk his son through this terrain to get back to the ship.
Yeah. I know the one. Yeah.
Oh, that's it, Andrew. Oh man, Andrew's hitting it. 2 for 2, Andrew.
Yeah. It's a bloody Scientology movie, dude. Hey?
It's also terrible.
Mate, we're going to be really pissed when we all find out that we came from aliens. Bloody Scientologists. Bloody Tom Cruise was right. Screw you, Cruise.
Yeah, the Scientology one was Battlefield Earth. There you go.
No. No, they probably did that one as well. But After Earth was definitely a Scientology-based movie.
Will Smith and Jaden Smith, they're all Scientologists.
Yeah, they're all into that stuff, mate. Yeah. They're all jumping on couches with Oprah.
You used to date one, Raven. Well, there's no way they're talking to you. You're completely you're worse than us.
Yeah, they're probably watching you right now. They're probably got a car park out in front of your house.
That's right.
So we're still on the clock, AJ. What the hell's going on?
The Dolphins, they still. It says the pick is in. I think it's just taking an ad break. I think that's what they're doing.
Okay. All right.
So the Finns have had what, 4 or 5 picks so far? 4. 5.
Well, they had 3 in the first. Did they have all 3 in the first? They did, didn't they?
Yes, they've had 5 picks. This is their 6th pick. Zach Bourne would be pretty good here.
Well, they need to add to both sides of the ball, don't they? Really?
They do. Yeah. They
Well,
do.
the wide receiving core is not bad. They got a good wide receiving core. If Preston Williams can continue on from what he did last year and get over the ACL.
Yes.
If Devontae Parker has now become Devontae Parker, that'd be nice if he can do it 2 years in a row.
What about running back?
They haven't taken a running back.
Nope. I don't think they
Okay.
have.
I don't know who'd be available still there.
Have I missed something? I don't think they've taken a running back. Okay.
Okay.
Rogers shifted positions. He's sitting in an armchair now.
Oh, really? Is he?
Yes. He's not smoking a pipe though.
I was going to say, has he got the? I call it the Hugh Hefner on, which is the dressing gown, the velvet dressing gown.
Not
He's not
quite.
wearing that?
They went for Brandon Jones, safety out of Texas.
Okay.
And yeah, thanks, Justin. They have not taken a running back. I didn't think so.
No.
Well, what running
I
backs
thought
are left
I
now?
might have missed something while I wasn't here. So, okay.
Okay, the Ravens are back on the clock. Ravens saying the Matrix is Scientology based. I don't think that's right, is it?
The Matrix. I didn't. No. The Australian guys that came up with it, are they Scientologists? My Scientology
Wachowski brothers, isn't it?
Yeah, they're Australians, weren't they, who wrote The Matrix?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I don't think Keanu needs. It doesn't matter who acts in it, but usually, if you're going to do a movie based on that, you get someone who agrees with the philosophy, I suppose.
They they didn't stick the landing, did they?
No, they didn't at all. No, they sort of lost it a little bit, you know. I think once you start to go into a third one, you're really reaching. I don't mind a sequel, but the trequel, what's the third one? The trip, I don't know what it's called. But yeah, you start to lose me. Your trilogy, you start to lose me a little bit.
Yes.
So
okay, the Ravens pick is in. Now the Ravens are quietly having a really good draft here.
This
Ravens
is true.
are having a good draft, and they have gone for Justin Madubuike, the defensive tackle out of Texas A&M.
Okay. Well, yeah, Jordan Howard's in Miami. Mate,
He's hugging mum and having a cry.
Sorry?
He's giving mum a hug and he's having a bit of a cry.
No, mate, fair enough, mate. You've worked hard for it. Get drafted.
Well, that's because he's going to a team where he could probably win 3 or 4 Super Bowl rings. That's why.
Yeah, this is true. He could. I don't know about. I think maybe 3 or 4 is a little bit much, but there's a good chance that they get one of them while he's there.
Yeah.
If Lamar Jackson can stay healthy, that is.
Yes.
It only takes one hit, as we all know.
Yep.
So who's on the clock now?
Cardinals are on the clock. Cards are on the clock. Kyler Murray was sacked 48 times, which was tied most in the NFL, with Russell Wilson and Matt Ryan, they say.
Yeah, well, we actually spoke about that during the year, didn't we? I know I brought it up about Russell Wilson just didn't seem to be the same elusive Russell Wilson that we've seen in previous years.
Yep.
Last year?
Fair. Yeah. That's absolutely fair.
Buy Mama a nice house. I don't know how much he's making for a 3rd round pick.
Oh, more than us.
Not hard, mate. No, I'm not making anything at the moment, mate. I'm sitting my ass talking to you. No.
Okay, so the Cards, we've got Cliff Kingsbury.
How good is, mate? Like we spoke about his house yesterday. That is a cracking joint. Now he's probably a renter. I don't know if he bought it. Like he's probably a smart guy. He probably sees the real estate market. Yeah, he's probably better just to rent it than buy it and then find I'm getting the ass after 2 years. But he's got some serious taste in quality real estate, doesn't he?
So they Josh Jones, the tackle out of Houston who had fallen a little bit, I feel, but
Okay.
that's who the Cards pick up here.
Yep.
So
Yep.
that's
Another
a
one
great
to
pick.
help out
That's a
Colin
great
Murray.
Yep, that's a great pick.
So I was going
6'5", 319 pounds.
mate, we need to get some rankings going, like top 5. Like, mate, top 5 curtains,
Yeah.
prospect curtains. Mate,
Top
they got
5
some
girlfriends.
top 5 girlfriend. Oh, yeah, that might be some
That's
fucking
difficult.
sexism stuff. Let's just put it on there. If you know, if the girls want to rate the looks of the guys, the prospects, they can go and do that. I don't give a shit.
That's fine. That's fine.
Mate, best 5 cribs, GM or owners cribs. Like, mate, the top 2 are gone. Those 2 places are taken. Jerry Jones #1 on that yacht, and then Kingsbury at his compound in Arizona.
It does look rented, or it could just be just his holiday pad.
No, mate, like, I don't know. He might own it. I got no idea. But is he going to go? It doesn't look like it'd be a cheap place to buy. I don't know if he's in Scottsdale's, the nice area in Arizona. Whether or not he's, I don't know what the property value.
They just put him on again there. So it's got like a pool. It's got
Yeah,
like
he's
a
got the
pool
pool.
house, right?
Yeah.
It's got a pool house and a pool in front of that, and then in front of that, it's like those grids of those grass squares.
Yeah, it looks like it's fake grass. It'd probably be fake grass. He wouldn't
fake
be, you know.
grass, and in the middle, it's got like a fire pit.
Yeah, mate, he's cranking it out there. That's only one room. Look how big that's his lounge room. Mate, just have a look at the fireplace with the TV. Like, the fireplace alone would be worth a shitload.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
So, you know, unless he's forked out some good coin. He's a single guy, didn't we say?
Oh, well, I believe so.
Yeah. Well, someone put on Twitter yesterday, which was a great call, that it's a play. You're expecting like 6 girls to come from, you know, stage left sort of type thing, are you?
Yeah. Oh man, did you see?
But he's
Laramie
definitely number 2 in the cribs.
Oh yeah. There's no doubt. Laramie
Yeah.
Tunsil's new contract, 22 mil per year average.
Okay,
It's a lot of money.
it is a lot of money.
Okay,
I would never
the Jags pick is in. They had 2 picks in the first. They picked CJ Henderson and Chase on. And in the second today,
what pick are we in? Is this pick 9 of the 3rd round? Don't give me a number, mate, because you'll confuse me trying to add up 32 plus 32 plus whatever it is.
probably it's pick
what-
73. Sorry.
That's
and
right. Yeah, that's right. No, that's we're right. Yeah, it's pick 9 of the 3rd round. Yep.
And last round they picked Chenault.
Okay.
So,
mate, we didn't talk about that pick very much because Randers was on.
Yeah.
But that's, mate, you think of what they have, the weapons they have outside in Chark and please give me his name, AJ. DJ Chark.
And
geez, I've been on him for. All right, someone will put it in, but
I can look it up.
Yeah, and then you put Chenault, mate. He's as tough as nails, mate. He's serious. I don't know what people were down on him for the fact that he looks more like a running back. I don't give a shit. He can catch the ball. He can run after the catch, mate. His size actually helps when the ball's in his hand. Marquis. Who they just cut? Oh, Dede Westbrook.
They cut Marquise Lee. They've also got Chris Conley. They've got Chris Conley there too.
And they got see, I was a rat for Chris Conley coming out. Just it didn't work. It didn't work for him in Kansas. So in Kansas at the Chiefs. So yeah. So you got a underneath guy, tough as nails. Yeah.
I didn't think you were much of a rap for Chenault.
No, I don't mind Chenault. I don't mind him.
Okay.
Don't mind him at all. I don't see why people are so down on him. Maybe he's got to work on his hands a little bit. But mate, the first pick of the 49ers has got to work on his hands.
Yes. Ayuk.
Yes.
And the guy that went to the
I didn't
Eagles.
have to bring up his name. Sorry?
The guy that went to the Eagles.
Oh, Jalen Rager?
Rager.
Yeah. He's got to work. Mate, Rager was more the fact that he dropped the ball at crucial times when they needed like a first down. It was like 3 and 7 or, stuff like that where, and the time in the game, it just seemed when the big moment came, he put the ball down.
Yep.
So that's a little bit concerning.
Yeah.
So I'll stay with you, mate, until we get to the Falcons pick, and then I'll have to go back and try and earn $1.
Yeah, no worries. So we are.
We're still a bit away, aren't we? We're 7 picks away.
Yeah, a little bit. So yeah, we're just waiting on the Jags pick here.
Are they on the clock?
Yeah, it says pickers in.
Oh, picks in.
It says
another ad.
Yeah, we're just waiting for. Man, they kind of take it up. They kind of take their time a bit. Oh, believe it or not, I'm up again. Oh man, I'm just on the clock in a rookie draft, G. So you just talk for a minute.
You're on the mate. Well, I don't think you have to make it straight away, do you?
Oh, well, things moving because.
No, come on, might as well do it. What pick are you at in the rookie draft?
22nd round.
No, it's not a rookie.
No, startup.
Oh, okay. So what is it IDP or?
Yeah, it's IDP.
Okay, so 22nd. So what are you looking at? Who's on the board there? Tell us what you got available to you.
All right, I'll tell you what's available. I'll just the whole lot, right? I'll just tell you the AJ on the clock. Manny Sanders.
Yeah, no. Oh, this is Dynasty, I take it, yeah.
Yeah, Dynasty. Manny Sanders, Latavius Murray, Alshon Jeffrey, Tevin Coleman, Jamal Williams. He took a hit. Brashad Perryman, Duke Johnson.
I suppose we're getting pretty low, aren't we?
Oh,
so,
yeah.
22nd round, too.
Jack Doyle.
Yep.
Sammy Watkins. Yeah. Sammy, for when he's on
the field for the first and the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Loving it.
Okay, the pick is in for the Jags. Adrian Peterson, obviously I'm not picking him. Roger Goodell's reading the Jags pick out. Hang on, I'll tell you who it is. It is Devon Hamilton, defensive tackle, Ohio State. Not a surprise. Cleveland is now on the clock.
Let's make it quick, Browns.
Calais Campbell. That's not a bad. Calais Campbell's not a bad pick. Deshaun Jackson, John Ross, Matt Breida, James Washington, Justin Jackson. Now, the Chargers haven't, obviously they moved up to get Kenneth Murray, but, they've basically got Justin Jackson and Austin Eckler as their running backs at the moment.
Yep. They'll go and get somebody else, won't they?
Yeah, they will, but yeah, I know, but there's not a lot of names left anymore. Chase Edmonds. Gee. Chase Edmonds?
Sorry?
Or no? The Saints. Oh, what happened? I thought maybe it was the Saints, but the Saints are maybe there was a trade. I'm pretty sure I didn't say it was the Saints then. Yeah, Jack Doyle is not a bad pick. You're right. Phillip Rivers will definitely make use of Jack Doyle. Saints, okay. So selection.
Yeah, but mate, they've just added an absolute monster to the backfield. They've got Mac. Are they? Maybe they realise too that they can't hurl the ball around the field as well.
Yep, Zach Bourne's gone to the Saints.
Oh, nice.
Zach Bourne to the Saints. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Colts are on the clock. Colts are on the clock.
Maybe the Colts are just going to run the ball and not get Phillip Rivers to throw it. As like Phillip Rivers has been one of the highest attempts in the past 4 or 5 years, hasn't he? When you look at the number of attempts he has, maybe just figure that they don't need that from him. So we'll go out and we've got some, we've got Mac now. Now we've got Jonathan Taylor. Maybe we just run the ball down people's throat with this offensive line.
Who did I just say was on the clock, G?
Chase Edmonds.
No.
Sorry.
Do you remember who I said was on the clock just then?
No, you said the Saints, and they just picked.
Yep. Lions are on the clock now. I thought I said someone else. I don't know if I'm just losing my mind.
You said the Browns.
The Colts. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Yeah. The Colts. But then they must have traded out. They traded out.
Okay.
So the Lions are on the clock. I'm going to go with, by the way, in my draft, I'm going to go with Irv Smith.
Oh, is he there?
Yeah, he's there.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yes.
So
I can't believe you didn't read him out. Mate, you knew as soon as you read him out, mate, I would have been jumping all over that.
Done. Pick is in. Okay. All right.
Mate, you'd be all over that, mate, like some of these bloody single horny guys, mate, when we're allowed to go back out in the public again. There's going to be some of the opposite sex that better maybe take an extra week, just stay indoors.
Okay,
mate,
so
I was speaking to a mate. I reckon it's a really good time now to invest in an establishment.
Invest in an establishment?
Yes.
Yep, I understand what you're saying.
Yes. Very good time to be investing. You could make a lot of money in the first couple of weeks and then get out.
Oh man. Now I wonder who the Lions have traded up for here. Who knows? Because this Lions draft is all over the shop.
Yep. I should have stayed home and done this. I've been at work and done nothing.
Yeah.
At least it feels like I'm here.
Detroit Lions selection is pick 75.
Stocking Johnson baby supplies.
They've traded up to get a guard. Jonah Jackson, guard out of Ohio State. Okay, well, they've got DeAndre Swift, so they've gone and shored up the O-line a little bit. It's probably not a bad idea. Okay,
like we were speaking with when we have Randy on, mate, the Kerryon Johnson stocks have just taken a seriously big hit, haven't they?
Wow. Through the floor, G, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you want any part of Swift, though, at Detroit?
No. I'll be looking somewhere else.
I don't think I do.
I'm looking somewhere else now.
He'd probably have to fall significantly in a rookie draft for me to consider him now, I think.
Yeah. He's... Where would you pick him up now? Look, I haven't done any rookie drafts, so I don't really know where people... Geez, if you were doing rookie drafts already before this...
Yep.
Mate, you're seriously pissed right now.
Well, I think Jonathan Taylor's now moved up significantly. So Edwards-Helaire and Jonathan Taylor.
Yep.
If we're not talking Superflex, because obviously the quarterbacks are up there, but...
Yeah. Like, I get what Memphis is saying, about Edwards-Helaire still being the number one and the fact that Mac, is a proven commodity there and he's been in this offense and we're not going to have OTAs and camps maybe, and if we have the season, whatever. But
yeah,
Mac doesn't run like Jonathan Taylor.
No.
Like Mac's been someone who proved me wrong. I didn't have him very high when he came out because I don't. He needs the hole. He needs it to be opened up for him.
Okay, G, I need your opinion.
Yes.
On the next pick. So
go cheap enough to take a chance. That's a fair call.
The Bucks, are you ready?
Yeah.
They've gone running back.
Keyshawn Vaughn. Oh, yes, I called it just before you said it.
Keyshawn Vaughn.
Oh, nice. He's just, mate, after we had Nick Whalen on,
Yep.
I went back and had a look at another Keyshawn Vaughn, and, mate, he jumped about, he probably moved up 2 spots from where I had him. Just go and have another look. Mate, the more I watch him, I'm thinking, mate, I can't keep this guy out of my, I think he moved into number 5.
Ooh, really?
Yeah, mate, the dude can do everything.
Ooh, so where does
Mate,
that put him up rookie drafts now? He just jumped.
Mate, yeah, he's jumped. Yeah, mate, without a doubt.
He jumped a lot.
Yep.
I mean, okay, you're not going to pick him over Edwards, Hilaire, or Taylor, but maybe he's next.
Mate, he's got me thinking now.
What about Dobbins? Dobbins before him, probably.
And where'd Dobbins end up? Sorry, at
Baltimore.
Baltimore. Yeah, that's a good pick too. That's good there too.
Those are some good landing spots, G.
Yeah, that's very good. Keyshawn Vaughn, that's an awesome landing spot.
That is a good landing spot.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Ooh, rookie drafts just got a little bit hot.
Yeah,
because
at the running back position, it seriously has. And now you start looking at your wide receivers are moving down in rookie drafts.
Oh, they probably are now. Yes. So if you're picking towards the end of a rookie draft, especially if you're super flex, you're going to get a shot at a good wide receiver.
Yeah, like I'm not saying that where Vaughn's landed has shot him like into the same stratosphere in your rookie drafts as Hilaire and that, but he's definitely going to move ahead of some wide receivers that you would have had after what landing spots we've seen in the draft so far.
Oh, yeah. Wow. I like that pick.
That's a great pick.
That is a great pick. And into that offense as well.
There goes Ronald Jones. There's another one. Mate, mate, have we got some running backs biting the dust?
Yes. Ooh. Broncos pick is in now. Broncos pick. And they've gone, obviously, Jerry Jeudy in the first.
Yep.
I'm waiting to see. They picked that. Who did they pick? Hamler.
Yep, KJ Hamler.
KJ Hamler.
I don't. That's another one we spoke about. Just like the speed thing. There's a speed thing. We've seen that the speed thing doesn't work.
Yep. Absolutely.
But no. What is he? 5'8" or something?
Hamler.
Yeah, something like 5'8".
Something like that. Okay, I don't know what the Broncos are going to do here. Obviously, I don't think this is an offensive pick, really.
Okay.
Unless it's an O-line. I don't know what their O-line is like, really. What gaps they've got on their O-line. But I don't think it's an offensive pick. They're just saying O-line, cornerback, linebacker, D-line, wide receiver's not a need. Mel Kiper, turn it up.
Come on, Mel. Calm down, Mel. I like it, but calm down.
So I think that because they've gone wide receiver, I think they go to the defense here. Their linebackers have been average, I would say. They could do with a linebacker.
Is there any available?
AJ Johnson has been pretty good for them. I'm just trying to think who's available on the board at backer at the moment. All right, we'll have to see. Vic Fangio obviously is a very defensive head coach. So I would think this is going to be a defensive pick. Let's see what they do. Linebacker would be my guess, but I'm just trying to...
Rod still in his seat?
What's that?
Is Rod still in his seat or not up to the point of making the pick yet?
Is who in his seat? Oh,
Rod.
No, we haven't got to him. We're just looking at John Elway and Vic Fangio.
Does he have the TV screen behind him waving to the people. They're still there.
Yeah, they're still there. The Broncos cheerleaders are on the screen, and it's like story time. You know, he goes sort of pans, the camera pans, and he's sitting there in his leather. Oh, they went Michael Ojemudia, cornerback out of Iowa. So they did go to the defensive backfield, which is fine. That's a need, so it makes sense. I've got no idea about this dude. But more importantly, G, Falcons on the clock.
Woo! Here we go. No, I love you and leave you again for the second time. But that's what I do. I just sort of just drift in and out. That's how my love works.
Okay. All right. So I wonder what the Falcons are going to do.
I have to stop giving you love, because if I don't make any money, I don't get any loving at home. So
that's true. Well, the Falcons draft so far has been a little bit. So you got that AJ Terrell, the cornerback.
Yeah.
And then the defensive end in the second. So
I got a bit of film. I got a bit of film watching to do tonight, I think, when I get home.
Yeah. So we'll see what they do here.
It hasn't been an exciting draft. I don't think we took Calvin Ridley. That was exciting, but
no, it hasn't.
It's all been. And when we took Neil, that was pretty exciting in the first.
Oh yeah. Look, it doesn't have to be an exciting draft to be a good draft, but
no, of course not. But I do like a few. I like a few streamers. I like a bit of a ticker tape parade.
Yeah. Okay, so we're looking at Dan Quinn, Thomas Dimitrov, and Arthur Blank. They had them all on the screen, all in separate rooms, all in their houses. And we're just waiting for
maybe Arthur should just keep out of it a little bit. Hopefully, he's just sitting there listening to the other two. But you talk about Jerry Jones, and he's the mortality of life, and how many chances he's got to win a Super Bowl of a team that he put together. Mate, Arthur Blank is probably got less time, I'd say.
Oh, I think so. Malik Harrison is an inside linebacker that I really like. G. Okay. He's we need
linebacker help.
You lost Devondre Campbell.
That's a loss. If you're going to try and grab somebody in this round to make up for what he stood up last year and showed, you're not going to find it.
Roger Goodell's standing up again.
Oh.
Standing up with his monitors in the background, and the selection is
stop him from getting bed sores on his butt from sitting in the chair for too long.
The selection is you picked a center, Matt Hennessy.
Okay, yeah, we don't have a very good center. That's great.
So, again, it's kind of like it's not sexy when your team makes picks like this, but at the end of the day, if this guy is a starter, then that's awesome.
Well, he's not a starter, is he?
He's 6'3" and 7/8. So it's basically 6'4", 307 pounds.
He's not a starter. We've already got a center. The center is, don't you?
For the Falcons.
Yeah. Look it up.
Yeah. Remind me.
Look it up. Look it up. I'll get you to look it up.
When I see it, will I go, oh, of course?
Yes.
I'll
give you a tip. He used to play for the Browns.
Alex Mack.
Thank you.
But
I know he's getting on. He's getting on. So I
was going to say he's getting on. He's getting on a
bit. Yeah, I get that. I get that. But mate, I thought in a way when some of the free agents moves that we went and got, I thought maybe they're saying, okay, Matt Ryan, Julio Jones, Alex Mack, this sort of our window is sort of closing on this period in the Falcons in this time frame. Like, you know what I mean? Like for them all to be together, like Matt Ryan's going to be around longer than Julio Jones, obviously, just because of the position he plays. But
did you see Did you see Thomas Dimitrov's couch?
Yeah,
Do you
that was
remember that couch?
is it blue?
Yeah. It's this really
Yeah.
strange, massive
money-
blue,
Yeah, money doesn't buy taste, mate.
and it makes him look a little bit like they're tiny. You know, when you
Yeah.
have like a really big thing, it makes them look really short or small.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got
Yeah.
Ben's online. Hey, how you doing?
Hey,
Ben,
boys, sorry, bit of-
you
bit
can
of a
take
break.
over for me, mate. I got to get going again.
It's good timing because G's about to go. So
All right, there you go.
I was just
Yeah,
hanging around for the exciting Falcons pick.
yeah, where we at now? What, middle of the third?
Jets.
Yeah, middle.
Yeah.
Just we crossed. We just stepped over into the second half of the third round.
Yeah, cool. Did the Falcons just pick? Did they?
Yes.
Yeah. We picked a center.
So you got an edge as well, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, I have to go. I have to go and look at these guys because I haven't seen the footage on them. So a little bit of viewing when I get home tonight. So
Yeah, I was trying to follow it with a little one, but the only one that jumped out to me was, well, I imagine it's Taysom Hill Part 2, right? At the Eagles, surely.
well, that's a really good. I didn't even think of putting those two that together, but I just find it an unusual pick because you look no other quarterbacks have. I don't know where the next pick is, but no other quarterbacks have gone, have they? Outside of he was the fourth, but outside of that, just the top three guys. Yeah. Is that right? So obviously, no one's in love with any of the other ones.
G, just keep talking for a second. I'm just getting a drink. Just keep talking for a second.
No worries. So obviously, no one's in love with any of the other guys, Ben. So it just I don't know. When you've got Carson Wentz, what you think they're going to put him on the field and use him in the same way they use Taysom Hill because they know they can't have Wentz going out and running now, and he shouldn't anyway. He shows he can't. He just for a big guy, the injuries just come.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, I mean, they paid a lot of money for Foles to back him up because they knew maybe he's a bit fragile, maybe he's not going to complete a full season. So, maybe it is just really expensive insurance, but you'd think with all their needs, like there's so many needs, to use a second on him, I don't know. Like, if they'd have traded back maybe and got an extra third and took him a bit later in the second or something, and you sort of think, oh, well, they can still meet needs with their extra thirds.
That's a great point, mate. I didn't think, just if that's who you want and you're pretty sure that no one else is going to take it, mate, you trade back and pick up some bit later picks.
Yeah, but I mean, nobody wants to say, like, oh, maybe they're not sold on Wentz. Maybe they're going to move him, or maybe they're going to think, right, done. But I don't know. Maybe they see it as a sit behind him, learn, and in 2 years we'll wait and see. But
yeah,
my initial
maybe
thoughts were
maybe do a Belichick and get more value for him later on. Who knows? I don't know. Who's up, AJ? Did you say the Jets?
The Jets picked Zuniga, a defensive end.
Okay, I'm starting to nod off with these picks.
Well, we're a fair way down the defensive end board here.
Yeah. Ben? Did you see Keyshawn Vaughn went to the Bucks? Yeah,
great little spot for him. Hey.
Oh, mate, awesome get. And mate, seriously now, the Falcons are in deep shit.
Well, I think we talked yesterday about how I was sort of, I was saying, oh, why don't the Bucks go and grab one of the wide receivers in the first, and just give Brady all the tools he wants. But even better, they got another need there, the tackle, and then now they've still got a receiver who is going to be exciting. So, great. Not for you, G, but great.
Pickers in for the Raiders here. They could go linebacker here. That wouldn't surprise me.
I'm waiting to see where Rico Dowdle goes. He's my hot one for the running backs this year.
Now, John Gruden's son is cut.
He's not, mate. He's feel like a brick shit. He only looks like he's about 5'5".
Yeah.
So Grudes must have been really pissed when he got a 5'5" son and 5'5" boy. Like, God damn it! I want you to be a quarterback. He would have played. He would have played running back at school, wouldn't he?
I think he'll play wherever he wants at school with John Gruden as your dad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, the Raiders. I wonder if they traded here. I've got no idea, but they've got 2 picks back to back. It says now.
Okay.
They got 80.
No, they didn't. They had 2 picks here. I remember looking at it yesterday. They had 2 picks here anyway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
from the Max trade. From the Max trade.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, first one here is. Tell us, Roger. Come on. Is
What do they need? What do they need? They don't need
they need
linebacker.
They've gone for a wide receiver.
Ooh.
Blow me over. Lynn Bowden Jr.
Okay.
G.
I did look at him, mate, but off the top of my head, I can't help you. But I did scout him, so I don't have that in front of me. So
the only thing I saw about him was he's a bit of an all-purpose guy, so he can do everything. He can even take wildcat snaps and throw. So
they need a QB. That's a fair call too.
Well, I was kind of excited. Not kind of excited, but I mean, Nelson Aguilar got signed by the Raiders, and I think that he's quite a talented guy, but his value is down the pipe now. The Raiders have drafted 2 wide receivers.
Jalen Reagor 1.1. I shouldn't lay him. I had a lot of good stuff to write about Jalen Reagor. Just his movement's incredible. Like between tackles and acceleration and that. It's just, mate, as a wide receiver, you want to catch everything basically that comes your way.
Yeah.
And if you're a wide receiver and you got problems catching the ball, it's an issue.
Okay, so
I think I jumped out. I think I jumped out when I don't think you could get a word in anyway, G, with Randy, but we were talking. I think I called out Van Jefferson, and he went, didn't he? He went late second in the end.
Yes,
there we go.
So, interesting that he went there, I think, and obviously Mims.
Yeah.
But I was stoked the fact that the Vikings got the tackle from Boise State, the Ezra Cleveland. That's a real good value as well for the Vikings there. But how about the value in this 3rd round? Zach Bourne to the Saints.
Yes, we were talking about that.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah,
great,
mate, and just load up a team that's loaded anyway.
That's how you stay. That's how you stay at the top, right? You just
they're just doing this. They're just doing this.
Yeah,
they're just putting the sprinkles on top. They're just beautiful.
They went wide receiver again.
Oh, Edwards.
Brian Edwards.
Nice. They're going to be happy with that, mate. There's a Gruden guide for you. Tough as nails. Tough as, mate. Do I like the landing spot with the quarterbacks they've got there? I prefer that Derek Carr's throwing the ball than Mariota, to be honest. So if Mariota takes over, I don't like that nowhere near. But
hang on, I have to have a look at their.
Brian Edwards can work sort of, out wide. They can work him through the middle. But yeah, I'd rather have Derek Carr because I think Derek Carr's got the tendency to throw the ball a bit more than Mariota.
This is a whole new. This is a whole new wide receiver room. The only person probably that's a holdover is Renfro.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's So who they've got Tyrell Williams there. That's right. Yeah, he's still there.
Yes.
So
Zay Jones, I think he went there, didn't he? But
yeah.
I don't know. I think some of these guys might not even make it out of camp, like your Zay Joneses and
that's
good. The guy they picked up.
Keelan Doss
is it Aitman as well?
Keelan Doss is gone.
He's gone.
Yeah.
That was my flyer last year. That was that was my dart from the other end of the room guy.
So they've picked 3 wide receivers. Okay, Dallas's.
So who was the first wide receiver? So what are the 3 they've got? So they've just gone and Bowden,
Edwards.
And who was the other one?
It was
Bowden Jr.
Ruggs.
That's right.
Oh,
yeah. Sorry, how could I forget that? But yeah, that's the whole new. Geez, that room's going to look a lot different when they all rock up this year.
My word. Okay.
I think see, Brian Edwards can play on the outside, and he can go up and get the ball.
Yep.
Good contested catcher. But I don't know. Wouldn't you want someone sort of, more maybe a bit tougher version of Tyrell Williams playing on the outside? I don't know. I'm trying to think how big Brian. I think Edwards is. I think he's about a 6'2", 6'3" guy. So he's not small. He's built like a brick shithouse.
Yep.
So do I like? Geez, my love for him will still be there, but I'm just like I said. I'm just hoping that Mariota doesn't win this job, because otherwise, his value is going to tank.
Yeah.
And Randy doesn't like him anyway. He doesn't even want him washing his car.
Okay, so we're up to the Broncos pick. The Cowboys picked a defensive tackle. So Broncos pick is in.
Yeah.
And the Broncos have picked 2 wide receivers. So the Raiders have picked 3. The Broncos have picked 2.
Yeah.
Maybe the Broncos will pick another wide receiver.
When do the Panthers pick? Because I think they're just going to pick defensive players. I don't think they're bothered about the offense this year, are they?
Well, after the Broncos are the Rams and then the Colts.
Right. Okay. So a little bit to the Panthers.
So they've got DJ Moore, right?
Yeah.
Who's plays the out? Who's playing the outside?
Well, that's because I saw when they picked what's his name, the guy like Jeremy Chin, which I think is a great pick, and another good defensive pick. But then I was like, Jesus Christ, like you need to pick some offensive players here. They've obviously got DJ Moore and Samuel, who's like but they picked up Robbie Anderson, didn't they? Yeah,
like Samuel's not a.
He's not an outside guy.
No, he's a burner and all that, but he's more an after catch sort of guy.
They still need a number 1 receiver there, big time.
Yeah, they don't have anybody big on the outside. You've got Ian Thomas there, but he's a tight end, obviously.
Yep.
As far as big guys go, I'm trying to think of. They didn't pick anybody up in free agency, did they?
Robbie Anderson.
Okay. Thanks, dude. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Maybe you need another one.
I'm just looking here actually, and I think I don't actually think they've got another pick in the 3rd. No, they haven't.
Okay.
So they don't have a 3rd rounder. So they're just going. They've just taken three defensive players. That's it.
Right.
Interesting.
All right, AJ, I'm gonna go and earn $1. You guys?
You're better. Yeah. Thanks, G.
Right. No worries, guys. Thanks for coming on and giving AJ a hand, Ben. Appreciate it, dude.
All right, mate. I'll see us out.
And we'll have to get the Melbourne League draft working.
Oh yeah. We'll sort that out. Got a bit of time, hopefully, for things to work themselves out.
Yeah. Nah, it'd be good. All right.
All right. Sounds
Hopefully, if I can get off the bottom 3, that'd be great this year. That'd be awesome. And if I can remember what guys have been taken, that'd be even better.
Yeah, well, sometimes helps, G. That's my only advice. It just sometimes
It does. Mate, my draft would look fantastic if those guys weren't already taken. All right, guys. Have a good one. Thanks, AJ. Thanks, Ben.
Thanks,
See you later, guys.
Take it easy.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so
The Broncos, did they just announce that? The Broncos?
I haven't seen it. It says the pick's in, so I'm just waiting for this ad break to finish.
Are you surprised, AJ, that the Chargers or the Niners? I think they were the only two teams that didn't have any picks, right, today?
Oh, you could be right. Yeah.
That nobody's come back in. It looks like.
Well, I thought the Chargers might come in for running back.
Yeah.
And but mind you, given that we've got Austin Eckler and Justin Jackson for that matter, but we've got Austin Eckler, we could kind of afford to wait. I mean, Zach Moss is still available.
Yeah.
And he mightn't be a bad complement to someone like Eckler, you know? So
yeah,
I'm kind of okay with that. If they, and we're getting close to the end-ish of the end of the third. If he's still there, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine that's a chance they will go running back in the fourth. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing, what I kind of expected was to happen was that obviously Trent Williams at the Redskins was sort of looking to get out of there. And I think I heard on Twitter that the Vikings had originally offered a third rounder for him prior to the draft.
Wow.
So, I mean, obviously we're getting to that point now where he might then become a bit like, I think, Ngakoue, who was looking to get out of Jacksonville.
Yeah.
You know, they're just going to be stuck.
Yeah. My word.
Broncos have picked a center.
Oh, they have two. Yep.
Yeah.
Lloyd Cushenberry, center. So the Rams are now on the clock. So we'll see where the Rams go with this one. So obviously they picked Cam Akers.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's quite a nice pick.
Yeah.
And
they got Van Jefferson as well,
and
didn't
they? Got Van
so,
Jefferson, yes.
Yeah.
As well.
And you kind of felt, didn't you, like last year, you know, obviously they've traded away Brandon Cooks as well, that he needed to reinvent his offense pretty much, McVay. So
yeah.
It looks like he's getting on with that now.
Yep, absolutely. All right, well, we'll see what the Rams go with here. I don't really know where they'll go, actually.
Well,
defense,
I mean, running back, wide receiver, I think they... am I right in thinking that they let a few of their vets go on defense as well?
Well, they lost Corey Littleton, so
he went.
Malik Harrison could be a good replacement for Littleton.
Yeah,
potentially.
I think they brought Leonard Floyd in, didn't they?
I think they did. Yep.
Yeah, which might not be. I mean, they might need someone else, I think, around there. I'm not sure he's the answer, but who do they go at cornerback? Because they obviously got Jalen Ramsey, but Aqib Talib went last year.
Yep.
Maybe a cornerback here.
Yeah. Okay. Rams, here we go. The selection is Terrell Lewis, outside linebacker, Alabama. So they did go defense.
Yeah.
Oh man, Terrell Lewis. It's showing him in like it looks like a man cave, but it's like
Yeah,
all covered in his memorabilia.
yeah.
Which you know, but it looks amazing.
That's better than Goodell's basement.
Definitely is. Okay, the
Yeah.
Colts are on the clock now. So the Colts are having an interesting draft as well.
Yeah, I think what you look at Pittman, Taylor, and obviously, you know, Buckner was essentially their first round pick.
Well, yes.
Three big playmakers potentially.
My word. Yep.
I'm still not sold on the quarterback. I know Philip Rivers is probably very close to your heart, AJ, but I think you talked about this on the pod. His arm last year was just shot. I mean, if you're asking him to throw anything more than short to intermediate, he's going to struggle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, Frank Reich is there. Frank Reich has got some connections with Philip Rivers, and I think if they design the offense around what Rivers can offer right now for his arm and his mobility, etc., then you know they could do okay. I just think it doesn't bode well for people like T.Y. Hilton necessarily.
Yeah.
So we'll see. So McVay is pacing up and down here. Why are they showing him pacing up and down on the phone? So the Colts, there's Frank Reich and Chris Ballard.
That looks like a serious house as well, McVay. I think I talked about it yesterday.
Yeah. Colts selection is in, and it is Justin Blackman. Oh, Julian Blackman, safety out of Utah. Justin Blackman, we can't say his name anymore.
Yeah.
Julian Blackman, safety out of Utah.
Right.
I
didn't have him. No, I didn't have him anywhere on my board, actually.
I think it's an area of need for them. Hang on. I thought their safeties were not bad though. The Colts. Hang on, let me just have a look. Malik Hooker, Kari Willis. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, they probably could do with a bit of depth there, to be fair.
Yeah.
So that's a fair call. All right. Interesting. Justin's saying there's 9 compensatory picks in the third. Man.
All right. Let's have a look.
Hey, man. How you doing?
Yeah, so the Browns, the Ravens, the Giants, the Patriots, the Jets, the Steelers, Eagles, Rams, Vikings, and another Ravens. So, yeah, there's an extra few picks there.
That it's kind of understated. That really diminishes the value of 4th round picks, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because 9 picks, you've basically that's almost half a round.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's interesting because, I mean, I don't know about you, AJ, but if I see a trade happen and anything above a 5th round pick is involved, like a 5th, 6th, 7th, I mean, it's basically an invite to a training camp, isn't it? That's what it is.
Oh, it is. Yeah, precisely. Yep.
I mean, there's been some big 5th rounders, obviously. You know, Stephon Diggs was a 5th rounder. George Kittle was a 5th rounder. But I think, you know, there's probably 1 or 2 per draft that come out and are successful. So
yes, yeah. No, you're absolutely right. It definitely is much more of a lottery ticket, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they're showing Brandon Beane, the GM, and Sean McDermott from the Bills.
Interesting, they were showing Jake Fromm there, the quarterback out of Georgia. He was actually featured on the Netflix series. If the one about the QBs.
Yeah.
QB1, I think it's called.
Okay.
And yeah, like it's just so interesting seeing those shows. You know, they're absolute superheroes at high school. Like just,
yeah.
you know, and
Yep.
he might not go in the third round of the draft now. You know,
Right. The Bills take Zach Moss a little surprisingly here.
well, obviously the big talk about the Bills, you know, they've got Devin Singletary, but obviously Frank Gore, I think, is gone. So that running back room in Buffalo isn't stacked, I guess. They probably need. I think the other guy they had there last year was TJ Yeldon, who you know, let's forget about him. I can see them needing someone like a supplement guy for Singletary because I think he did a lot of work last year as a rookie. But not somebody I would be interested in, I don't think.
No. Well, the Patriots are on the clock now. I mean, Jake Fromm is a possibility here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or Jacob Eason, maybe.
I mean, it'd be interesting if the Patriots do draft a quarterback. Do they draft a quarterback, or are they really waiting for next year?
I don't think they're openly going to say that they're waiting for next year, but you know, they could honestly say that given the success they've had, there would be no pushback. Like, if most teams in the NFL said, look, we're just kind of going to, you know, take it easy this year and not really try, there would be riots. But I think the Patriots could reasonably, given their success, just say, well, listen, we just have to rebuild. And the Patriot fans would be totally fine. I'm sure.
Absolutely.
So I think there's a sense of that anyway. They're just not going to say it.
I mean, he's just gone. Has he just gone defense so far?
Yeah. They're showing Robert Kraft, Nick Caserio, and Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
How old is Robert Kraft? He looked a little bit Weekend at Bernie's in that shot.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he's got a couple of carers there looking after him. So
I was going to say either his family or carers. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or all the Patriot fans booing him on the screen.
Yeah. They should be thanking him.
Yeah. Anthony Jennings, outside linebacker, Alabama.
Yeah.
Okay. 6'2", 256 pounds. I'll have to ask Tom Kislingbury what he knows about Anthony Jennings, but I don't know a lot.
No, not a guy I had on my radar either.
No. But they
I mean, from the big schools, you know, the guys from the big schools who they usually stay to their senior year, don't they? Just because they're likely to win national championships every couple of years.
Yes.
So it's hard because usually there's one or two guys on defense that just take up all the hype. Whereas, to be honest, these guys are big time prospects anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So I was just looking at the middle of the Patriots linebacker, middle of their defense. Jawan Bentley, who's been a bit of a disappointment. Donta Hightower, who just keeps ticking along, but he's getting on a bit actually.
Yeah.
Obviously, they lost Kyle Van Noy and Jamie Collins.
They lost obviously Trey Flowers the year before as well.
Yes, Trey. Yes, that's right. So they're rebuilding.
It sounds like I was just listening on here. It sounds like he's a bit of a situational guy. He's going to be on the field for certain downs, and I imagine those are the passing downs. But as you well know, Bill gets 100% efficiency out of these guys, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean the New England D is always like, I mean, Donta Hightower and Kyle Vanoy, I think, are the epitome of average linebackers. But
Yeah.
you wouldn't think so, because I think
Yeah.
I think the scheme and the way that New England uses them makes them look like superstars.
Yeah.
So I probably shouldn't talk them down like that. I just think you take those guys. We'll see with Van Noy. You know, you take those guys, you put them somewhere else. I just think they're not quite as good.
Yeah.
Which is telling. I think it says a lot about both Bill Belichick and what other teams don't do well.
Yeah. And I guess the Lions are the case in point for that, right? Like,
oh, yeah.
But I mean, Matt Patricia's that Lions defense last year, I think was potentially one of the worst in the league. Like,
right.
Not simply for performance, but you know, they weren't a bad group. Like, you looked at it on paper, and they shouldn't have been as bad as they were. Whereas you look at the Dolphins defense last year, and you know, it was terrible on paper, and they got a few really good hidings. Right, when it was bad, it was really ugly. But he also got production, particularly in the second half, out of that unit. So
yes, yeah.
I think that's coaching, and that's, you know, what probably Bill Belichick makes every defensive coordinator he has look good, because he'll just step in when a mistake's about to be made and say, "Nah, do this," or, you know, run this scheme here.
Oh yeah, exactly. Okay, so the Browns pick is in.
Interesting draft for the Browns so far, I think. When you've totally changed, you know, GM, head coach, offensive coordinator, obviously, as well.
Yep.
That it looks like they're really changing focus here as well with the picks, and they've obviously got, I think, 2/3 and a fourth as well coming. So
yes,
I wouldn't be surprised if this is just another not a big flashy guy, not a big name guy, like maybe defense again.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me either. All right, so this will be interesting. They, I think, could do with linebacker, although they signed. Who did they sign? They did have a good signing.
Well, they lost Christian Kirksey, didn't they? I remember.
Yes, and they lost. Oh no, actually, they didn't sign. They didn't sign anyone. I'm just thinking of. Okay, so Mac Wilson was a good pick for them last year. He should step up. Zion Takitaki.
Yeah.
Was also picked last year. But apart from that, their linebacker room looks a little sparse, I would say.
Yeah.
So if it's Malik Harrison here,
he's a guy who's a tackling machine, right?
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. And they picked Jedrick Wills Jr., the tackle from Alabama, first, and then they got Delpit earlier today.
Yeah.
And Delpit's a very good pick, obviously. So got him in the second. Linebacker here wouldn't be a surprise. Joe Schobert was the other one they lost.
Oh, yes, Schobert, yeah.
Kirksey and Schobert. So that was a big loss out of the middle
of
that.
Yeah, huge. Yeah.
Kirksey went to the Packers, I think.
Yes, he did, because they lost Martinez, didn't they? So
yes, and Martinez went to the Giants. Yes.
Yeah.
And Schobert went somewhere good as well. Jacksonville? No. Where did Schobert go? Can't remember. But I think they all,
Jacksonville. It was Jacksonville.
It was Jacksonville. I remember thinking it was a good landing spot for basically all of them, but they all just kind of the big loser was the Browns. Like they lost two really good. I mean, the knock on Kirksey was injuries.
Yeah.
But basically they lost two really good linebackers.
Yeah.
So, linebacker would make sense here. Let's see what you do, Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry.
Interesting that they've gone, they look like they're not really going to add to Baker's weapons here.
No.
And you think sometimes with a new head coach, like particularly an offensive guy like Stefanski, obviously from the Vikings, that he wants to get a few of his guys in, but yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Well, look, they're pretty loaded on that side of the ball, to be honest.
It's just getting them all to play, isn't it? Really?
Yes.
I mean,
yeah, exactly. Oh, Roger's back in his leather recliner. Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, Schobert went to the Jags. Good. Yeah. He's going to be busy there in the middle of that Jags D. Whew.
There hasn't been many trades here, has there? I've noticed. Not much trading.
No, not much.
Sort of saw that flurry at the end of the first, and then there's just been one or two, hasn't there?
Yeah. Oh, they go defensive tackle, Jordan Elliott. Defensive tackle. That's interesting because
I did have this guy on my list actually.
I think this is just a depth piece because I mean their D line looks great because they've got Myles Garrett and Olivia Vernon on the edge, and they've got Ogunjobi and Sheldon Richardson in the middle.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I think Richardson's just a 1 year guy, isn't he? But
yeah, but they're not in desperate need.
Nah.
Okay,
just makes you wonder about a trade, doesn't it? Anytime you see this kind of pick, you think, oh.
Yeah. Okay, well, the Vikings are up.
Yeah.
How do you want them to go here?
Oh, well, I mean, so far, I had the three big needs as cornerback, wide receiver, edge, and offensive tackle. Now we've got our wide receiver, we've got our cornerback, and we've got our offensive tackle. There's not much going on edge, I think, now. I think anyone you get is going to be a sort of development project. But interesting that Daniel Hunter was a third round pick. So if anybody is gonna find a little diamond here, it's probably going to be Zimmer. One guy that I did like, two guys actually that I've got on my board here, a bit lower. Curtis Weaver out of Boise State, and Jonathan Greenard out of Florida. They're two that I've got still on my top 10 at edge. So whether they'd be a fit, I'm not sure. But
corner, Cameron Dantzler. Cornerback out of Mississippi State.
I mean, I saw some mock drafts of him going late first, early second. So
really, okay. Oh, that's good then.
And we we picked a corner in the first round, but we also lost Xavier Rhodes, Trey Waynes, and McKellenzy Alexander. So still probably a need.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Without a doubt. Okay, Texans are on the clock. Texans. Another team where I have no clue.
Yeah.
What they're going to do. So they're just showing the Vikings draft. Justin Jefferson, Jeff Gladney, cornerback, so both in the first, Ezra Cleveland, the tackle today, second round, and Cameron Dantzler, the cornerback now.
Yeah.
So
interesting there, they showed that Dantzler had 3 sacks last year from cornerback. So Zimmer likes his guys who can maybe come and step up on the line and, do a few different things, blitz and things. So that seems like it's a guy that he likes.
Okay. All right. What are you doing here, Bill?
God knows.
He's
probably trying to trade just Deshaun Watson.
He looks flustered. He doesn't look relaxed at all.
No.
He looks like he's swearing at the phone and he's gesticulating.
Arms have gone up.
He's walking out. Now he's walked out.
Yeah.
That's bizarre. Well, it says the pick is in, so
now he's shouting at the phone.
Okay, so we've got the pick. It is Jonathan Greenard.
That bit of coverage there is not going to go down well for Bill, is it?
No way.
If people thought he was in over his head and he didn't know what he was doing, then that's just going to give them more stuff.
Yeah, reinforce it. Jonathan Greenard, a linebacker out of Florida State. I'm not, again, a guy I'm not familiar with.
So he was one of the guys I just mentioned, edged for the Vikings. He was one that I still had in my top 10. So, look, I think, obviously they lost Clowney, and they need pass rush there, so help. So that makes sense.
Well, the Raiders have traded their pick to the Patriots here. So we
could
do
this
have a
be
trade.
Jake Fromm?
Well, I wonder. They've gone up in front of Tennessee and Baltimore.
Tennessee potentially could look at a QB here with Tannehill.
I wonder if they've gone up for Fromm here. It's a possibility. It's a definite possibility.
Or the other guy, Eason.
Or Eason, yeah.
I've just got a call coming in here, AJ. Hold on.
Yeah. Go for it. Just mute. Do you want me to mute you or? Oh, you've muted. Good. All right. Oh, so this is going to be interesting. So, we're just looking at the Texans pick. So they had their Ross Blacklock, the defensive tackle, in the second, and now Jonathan Greenard, outside linebacker, in the third. Hard to tell what the Patriots will do here. And we're looking at Bill again on his kitchen table. The pick is obviously in, so this is just theater, what he's doing. Maybe they go tight end here, potentially. Maybe they go quarterback. Excuse me. Maybe they go quarterback. But they've traded up. I always find it interesting when teams trade up. It means they want a guy. They don't think he's going to be around for much longer. So the selection is Rodgers leaning back in his.
He's very comfortable with this pick, isn't he?
I don't really like the camera angle, to be honest. Devin Assisi, the tight end out of UCLA. So they did go tight end, 6'3", 257 pounds. Wow, I'll have to ask G about this guy. I think G liked him, but this tight end class is not nearly as impressive as last year. No, it wasn't Albert O. Sorry, Matt.
Certainly I think trading up for a tight end, G would probably be like, what the hell are you doing, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with some other tight ends still sort of apparently on the board ahead of someone like this guy. But look, if there's a guy and he's your guy and you want him, you should go get him.
Yeah. And Bill usually does, right?
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
So I think we'll just have a few official picks left here of the third round.
That's right. So the Ravens are up now and they pick Patrick Queen in the first and J.K. Dobbins in the second. They're having a great draft. The Ravens are having a fantastic draft. So
yeah,
we are.
I know you. I think I missed it. You must have talked about that Dobbins pick in a good way. I imagine good spot for him.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing from a fantasy perspective is that you're probably, I don't know if you see Dobbins straight away. I mean,
Yeah.
Ingram's still there,
Yeah.
but Ingram clearly lost a step. Like,
Yeah.
latter half of last year, Ingram was slowing down.
Yeah.
But, you know, given the off season, Ingram's probably going to be, you know, back to form for the first half of the season, but he's getting on. He's 30 already, so
Yeah.
You'll start to see him slow down. J.K. Dobbins is an excellent pick.
Yeah,
It's
I
an
mean,
excellent pick.
even if you know you don't see him straight away for fantasy,
Right?
as a you know real NFL pick, it's a great pick.
Yeah, it
You know,
totally is. Yeah,
It's 4 to 5 years of a top running back who's going to give you production, and he's, you know, let's face it, he's not going to be the guy who has the most carries on the team either.
Yeah. Oh, precisely. So we're just looking now at Eric DeCosta and John Harbaugh. They're on screen.
Yeah.
It actually just says Ravens on the clock, so it's like they haven't even got the pick in. Now it
Yeah.
says the pick's in. Okay, the pick is in.
They're having a chat, aren't
Not to each other. They're
Why
Because-
would they do that?
DeCosta's hung up. DeCosta's hung up. So, and John Harbaugh's
Yeah.
still talking.
Maybe that's their relationship, though, AJ. As soon as DeCosta hears the name he wants, he just hangs up.
Maybe. So we're just waiting on, and I forgot their third round pick, Justin, the defensive tackle.
Oh,
I
yeah.
took it off the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just waiting on Kurt Warner's saying some things. So they added Calais Campbell and Derek Wolfe. Obviously lost Hayden Hurst and Marshall Yonder.
It looks a bit like Kurt Warner's got a paper mache head on his shoulder with his, you know, his.
Right.
Did you see?
Yeah. I wonder if they could go tight end, I guess.
Well, I mean, obviously Mark Andrews is the guy, but they did get rid of Hurst, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they could add another body into the room, potentially. Maybe a more blocking tight end, potentially.
Yeah.
They already got Patrick Queen. I don't think they'll go linebacker. And they already got running back. What else do they need? Maybe
I don't think they need it, right? What I think they might take another defensive player just to.
Yeah,
you know,
I think so too. I think it's going
just to have somebody who they can use as a situational guy or.
Yeah, defensive backfield, I reckon.
Yeah.
Let's see. Roger Goodell's announcing it now, and it is Devin Duvernay. They went wide receiver.
There you go.
Wow. Okay. Interesting.
G's probably not going to like the situation he's going into there, obviously, but
no.
They do need receivers. That's one thing they do need.
Yeah. I mean,
and probably not just one, right?
Yes, and speaking of two teams that could do with a receiver, Tennessee and Green Bay more so. Tennessee is next. Green Bay are freaking out because they've just look, they made their bed, right?
Yeah. Obviously, I know the running back they took, Dobbins, wasn't high on, I think, anybody's lists for a second rounder.
No, he was pretty high on people's lists, Dobbins.
All right, okay, yeah. I didn't look at him too much, so.
Yeah, no, very good. Very good.
But obviously, yeah, everybody thought they'd address receiver in the first round, right?
Who, the Ravens?
Sorry, no, the Packers.
Oh, the Packers, yeah, but they didn't take Dobbins. They took who did they take? Was someone who weren't very complimentary of.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I thought sorry, not Dobbins. Who was it?
because Dobbins went to the Ravens.
Yeah, sorry. I wrong name. Dylan. That's it. I knew it was a D.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that was a bit of a curious decision. So okay, so
Maybe they felt
Tennessee-
bad for Rodgers.
yeah. Tennessee, Isaiah Wilson, tackle out of Georgia. Christian Fulton, cornerback out of LSU. And now the pick is in. So, oh, that was a reaction from John Harbaugh. He just fist pumped. What was that? Because Duvernay was available? I don't know.
It sounded like he maybe didn't know the pick there. Like he was like, maybe that conversation was, I want this guy, but the GM was like, well, I want this guy. And he left it with him. And when he saw that he picked his guy, he was happy, maybe. I don't know.
No. Strange. I don't know what the story is behind that. All right. So this is pick 93. So I guess we've got to go to 96. That's the official end of the third. So that's the Chiefs at 96.
Yeah.
And then we've got all the way to it does definitely all the way to 106.
106.
Wow. Which is the Ravens. So it makes it with all the supplementary picks on the end there. I don't know what time it is East Coast now.
Yeah.
But
Pretty late.
it makes it late, doesn't it? Okay.
Oh, sorry, AJ.
11.
I got the call coming in again. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, you go for it. So it is actually 20 past 11 New York time right now. So, man, it is it's taking the broadcast on a fair bit. And man, I wonder if they shouldn't have started it a bit earlier, because they did start this at, I think, 7 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they shouldn't have started it earlier.
Yeah, for sure. Bad news, AJ. I'm going to have to shoot. Got a baby situation going on, so I'll.
Oh, no worries. All good. All good.
Sorry to leave you in the lurch there.
No, that's okay. I might actually think of wrapping this up pretty soon anyway, because we're coming up to us. I've almost been on for 5 hours, so.
Yeah, I've seen the little 4 hours.
Yeah.
I think that's what we went to yesterday. Actually, I think it was.
Could be. Yeah,
that
could
amount.
be.
So I might just stick around for the Packers pick. Hold on.
Okay, stick around for the Packers, and then maybe I'll even wrap it up and just close it off there.
Yeah,
that might be at about close to 5 hours.
Yeah.
So I can go and use my bladder.
Yeah. It's actually interesting, isn't it? Like, we've been starved of sport for quite a while.
Yeah, it's great. Mm.
And this has been quite an intense experience, I found.
Yes. Yeah. It totally is. The draft is always like that, I think, isn't it? It's just.
I mean, usually, obviously, I'd be at work and I'd just maybe have it on the earpiece or, and not get to have the deep delve that you have here. And I think the streaming chats have just been great.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, all of that's ramped up, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So it's been quite good. All right. So they're saying cornerback, edge, D tackle, and tight end are the Titans' needs.
Who is the tight end there, actually?
Jonnu Smith.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Well, I don't know if Delaney Walker is still officially on the depth chart. I guess he is, but he's pretty close to retiring. He may even retire. I don't know.
Yeah.
They're showing. Why are they showing Adam Gase? They're showing that They're showing the Jets. Oh no, they're just they're just showing general family shots, I think.
Yeah. Interesting that Adam Gase of all the coaches has got a poster of a baseball film on his wall. How apt.
That's right.
I think they've asked them to do this, haven't they? They've asked all the families to.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. Duh. They're showing Cliff Kingsbury's players responding to the shot of his place. That's funny.
Yeah, nice from the Honey Badger. No wonder they couldn't afford me anymore.
Okay, here we go. Titans pick is coming in now. So
Yeah.
Let's see. Here we go. Darrington Evans, running back. Don't know much about him.
Nah.
I'm just waiting for his stats to come up and then get an idea about the size of this guy.
I always find it interesting there. Like one of the key things is that his mother was diagnosed with cancer last year. She had surgery to remove all traces. Like, right, that's fine. But what's that got to do with him being picked in the NFL draft? Like, I think is it an American thing? Do we think like they like to hear stuff like that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I think it's just humans. It's a human story, I suppose.
Yeah.
But it's you're right. It's like, well, it doesn't tell you about him as a player.
No, certainly isn't the third reason why they should be picking him, right?
No, and it's also does it speak to his motivation? Well, not necessarily. I can imagine there's plenty of guys who are complete pricks who have been through similar situations.
Yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily mean he's a great guy.
Interesting stat there. Did you see that? 54% of snaps taken by Packers wide receivers were from undrafted wide receivers last year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, the Packers pick is in. I mean, look, are they going to go wide receiver here? I don't know. Maybe. I'm trying to think of who's left on the board. I don't think there's many. A lot of wide receivers have gone off the board at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not, it's okay saying it's a deep draft, but if everybody picks them, it's then suddenly doesn't become a deep draft.
No, exactly.
Well, I'm just quickly looking on the draft tracker thing that they have here on NFL. So that their best ranked wide receivers left are Gabriel Davis out of UCF, Antonio Gandy Golden out of Liberty, Isaiah Hodgins out of Oregon State.
They went tight end.
I think this was G's top tight end, wasn't it?
I think he had him ranked pretty high.
Yeah,
I would have to
top
have to
couple.
ask him, but still, it's just this class doesn't compare to last year's class.
No,
you know, Josiah DeGuara.
Yeah.
And
I mean, obviously, the guy they drafted last year, is it Sternberger?
Yes.
He was very, very much absent last year.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So.
But I mean, Sternberger's probably, he was pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, in terms of his pedigree and his film and stuff, he looked pretty good. So I don't know what this pick is. I don't know. Another body in the.
I just jumped on Twitter and Bill O'Brien is getting an absolute roasting.
Is he? For his sort of.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen about 10 people retweet his clip of him pointing and shouting at the phone.
Oh man. Well, the Packers. Oh look, Matt LaFleur looks happy, but man, this Packers draft, it's been all over the shop.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure the fans will agree with Matt there. I think.
No.
Although, let's face it, they had a great year last year. You know, in terms of where they ended up. I mean, they got to the NFC. They got to the NFC Championship game, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So, you know, probably not a lot of people would have seen that at the start of the year with a new head coach. And
Jake Fromm and Jacob Eason, they just showed. I'm not sure why with Denver and KC coming up.
Yeah. All right, AJ, I'm going to have to shoot.
Yeah, I might wrap this up. We're just coming up to 5 hours, which I think is probably a decent time.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. Thanks so
no
much
worries,
for
AJ. Chat
joining
soon.
me. Yeah, chat soon. Thanks. Cheers, Ben.
Cheers, mate.
See ya. All right. And on that note, with the Broncos, there's only 2 picks to go in the third, the Broncos and the Chiefs. But I am going to wrap it up just because I'm looking at the clock here. I've been on for 4 hours, 59 minutes. I'm in the last minute of the 5th hour. And I seriously need to take a toilet break. So it might be about time. So anyway, thanks for tuning in, all of you who did. Thanks so much. Hope you've enjoyed the draft, man. There's going to be lots of chatter about all sorts of stuff. So anyway, catch you later. Thanks, everybody.